kids' practice end. How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales Event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar's certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Brought to you by Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare with human kindness in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Josh Dover alongside my main man Cecil. We've got Alex and Kev behind the glass. Hope everyone is doing well out there in the tribe. A little tribe roll call. If you guys want to get involved with today's program, you know the number to text 303-713-1043, as well as getting involved in our Champ Honda YouTube chat. What up, Cease?
How you living, man? Good to see you, AP. It's been a minute
it
since
has
I've
been
seen
a
you,
minute.
so it's good to be on air together and good to have the LeBron James situation out of the way.
Some breaking news.
Done.
Yes, right there at the end of the morning show. I think they were in the middle of trivia when they were doing it. I'm like, wait, are they joking? There it is. LeBron James heading to Philadelphia. He will join the 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with, of course, a player option. So ultimately, we'll see what happens with LeBron after this year, but we know 1 year guaranteed of LeBron James in Philadelphia. The saga is over. The NBA can make their schedule. We know where LeBron is playing, and he's slowly, maybe not slowly, but he's turning into that Shaquille O'Neal meme, right, of the rainbow jerseys. Right? Another jersey in the cabinet now, or the cupboard for LeBron James.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? Because we had Cleveland as a front runner, Miami, and whatever that tweet was. You're our social networking guy, like, why didn't we put out a tweet that saying, like, we're going to have a LeBron James announcement on the 27th here on Denver Sports?
That probably would have been a good idea.
It would have, it would have been fun to kind of mess around. I think was it the Blue Jays? Like, there was another.
Mariners. I saw a couple sports teams having some fun with that.
Sports teams did that.
Gosh,
so.
if you're the Miami Heat right now, how are you feeling? Oh, my
exactly.
goodness.
And the thing is, it's like, okay, it's something new, I guess. Miami was like, if he wanted to win a championship, he'd go to Miami. If he wanted to be the king of the mistake by the lake, he'd go back to Cleveland.
Mistake by the lake.
And then there's Philadelphia. I'll do the Ricky Waters thing. For who, for what? Like, this Philadelphia, you're not going to win anything with the Sixers. Should have went to Miami. Like, if you want to be a true contender with the Knicks, it's not going to end up. That's not going to happen in Philadelphia.
I push back on with that a little bit. I think Miami would have been interesting. There's no spacing on that team, and there's no shooting. Like Philadelphia, I don't know if it's a perfect fit necessarily, but you're talking about Jaylen Brown, Edgecombe, obviously Tyrese Maxey, and Joel Embiid when he's healthy, which is a big if at this point too.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of star power on that team. Miami would have made a lot of sense too, but it's like in typical LeBron James fashion. It's like you could have had like the perfect storybook ending to your career and go back to Cleveland where it all started, your hometown for the third time, whatever it may have been. You could have gone back to Miami, a place where you are, an iconic member in their franchise history. Or you could have gone, be a little bit more bold, like come to Minnesota, some of these other markets that were in the mix, and he just goes back to the Eastern Conference and is going to end his career likely with the Philadelphia 76ers. What's driving me crazy is LeBron put out the tweet. I don't know if this beat Shams or if it's at the same time as Shams, like in typical LeBron me fashion. The first sentence in the tweet, I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it.
He's dramatic.
And I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last
You need some,
game.
theme music underneath this, Alex. We need some, dramatic, guiding light sort of, some sort of soap opera, because it sounds like you're reading from a soap opera right now.
That's what LeBron James is, it's me syndrome, right? And it's just like the first line of I thought I was done when the season ended. Like, did anyone actually believe LeBron James was retiring after last season?
No, 0%.
Did anybody actually believe that?
No. Did ESPN even lead with that?
No.
During the playoffs, during the Knicks run, is this it for LeBron? If the Knicks win it all, is LeBron done? Nobody said anything. Nobody, buddy. Nobody was saying that. I wasn't thinking that. We all knew LeBron had at least one more year left to annoy the hell out of us, and well, now he does in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think if I'm going to take my opinion of LeBron James kind of out of it, I actually think, whether it was Miami, Cleveland, Philadelphia, going to the Eastern Conference was the best play for him. I know you love the Knicks. I love the Knicks. My dad from the New York area grew up diehard Knicks fan, everything that kind of comes with that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think the Knicks are once again going to be a very, very good team, but it's like you've got one really good team in the Eastern Conference in the Knicks versus out here in the West, you've got Oklahoma City, you've got San Antonio. Denver's going to be a 50-plus win team probably.
So is
Minnesota.
That why he didn't choose Denver? I mean, this whole choice of Philadelphia, because if you go to Miami, it makes sense. If you go to Cleveland, it makes sense. The Philadelphia choice? Wait a second. What? You're going to play your entire career and you're going to choose to end it in Philadelphia? Why not Denver?
Well, there's also
isn't Denver more attractive other than the Western Conference being this, crap storm of talent? And by the way, as someone who constantly said what you just said, oh, the West's so tough, I'm not so sure after the way the Knicks made things look against Wemby and against the San Antonio Spurs. So I'm not as sure as I once was that the East is just a bunch of slappies and the West is where all the power lies and LeBron was running from the West. But my mind goes, one, the Sixers suck, and two, why not Denver? Why not Denver?
It feels like Denver was never truly in the mix. Outside of being on the whiteboard.
I thought he loved Nikola. I thought he loved Joker.
Well, and Alex brought up a good point before the show started. Hindsight kind of being 2020 now. Does LeBron go to Philly if they don't have Jaylen Brown? So it seems like Jaylen Brown being traded to Philadelphia certainly moved the needle in favor of LeBron James ultimately signing. And whether you love LeBron James or not, LeBron would have been a big piece to come to the Denver Nuggets. But if Denver had ponied up the assets to trade for Jaylen Brown, is LeBron James a Denver Nugget right now?
Yeah.
That's a conversation we could be having.
I think it could be, right? And then you go back to well, why didn't you do that? Because Sean Payton and the Broncos can run it back. I don't really think the Denver Nuggets are in position to run it back yet. That's pretty much what they're going to do with maybe a pissed off Peyton Watson who just has to sign their offer sheet.
Yeah, look, it's a fascinating scenario, but it's when I was in the room for the end of season press conference with Josh Kroenke, I never fully bought what they were selling. I remember talking to my media friends and everything that kind of came from that press conference of seismic change is going to happen. Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon gone, right? I literally remember telling Jake after we did our video for Denver Sports, I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it when it comes to trading kind of these franchise type of guys. And I understand there's more factors at play. But when you look at it again, the idea of if you would have been aggressive and there was indications that there was a connection between the Nuggets and Jaylen Brown. But if you really tried and put it all out there and made a trade for Jaylen Brown happen, You bring him in. It's a different look. It's a different feel, different player. But you add LeBron James into that mix. That is the definition of the type of shakeup that I think a lot of fans were expecting after they flamed out last season. Like, I remember scrolling social media after they lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves in embarrassing fashion. And like the sentiment was, this is a franchise-altering, a core-altering playoff loss, right? And here we are, and they're going to run it back, and they're going to figure out P-Watt. But if they would have gone all in for Jaylen Brown, you might have Brown, LeBron, Jokic, and away we go.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, are you truly going to make a championship run, or are you just going to kind of sit on your hands? And right now, it looks like that's what they're going to do. And then we'll get into the Payton Watson conversation as the show goes on of, like, is he going to be pissed off because he didn't get his money? Even if you dangle that carrot of, hey, you'll be unrestricted free agent next year if you just sign this offer at $6 million, whatever the number is. Like, lots to get to, but the Nuggets sitting on their hands. LeBron choosing Philadelphia. So you're telling me LeBron James is going to play his entire career and never play for the Knicks? Never play in the mecca of basketball?
Well, did you see what
Seriously,
Rich Paul
he's going
came
to
out
do
and
that
said?
and jump around all the time? I know Jordan played for the Wizards, which I pretend never happened. But still, like, you're going to have this historic NBA career and a Mount Rushmore player in NBA history, and you jump around like all the time. You're never going to play for the Knicks?
Well, Rich Paul came out and said, if they had not won the championship, that it wouldn't even have been a conversation. Like, LeBron would have been going to the Knicks. Now, I don't know if I believe that, but it is interesting.
I don't believe that either. I mean,
the Knicks were in the mix back before when he went to Miami.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was like the Knicks, the Nets, the Bulls.
Right. The first decision, which was annoying with Jim Gray, the decision, I thought for a chance he might end up with the Knicks, but that was, 16 years ago or whatever.
I remember watching, ESPN and SportsCenter on loop trying to get any information I could about that decision. The day the NBA world stood still. The NBA has never been the same since the decision. And today, LeBron James makes his decision. He will sign with the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year deal. Let us know your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. And also feel free to get involved in the YouTube chat powered by our friends over at Schomp Honda. Nilo Piro in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lamb. When we come back, we've got an update on the Broncos. We'll tell you what that is, and also some stuff with Jonathan Cooper. All that and more when we come back right here on the program.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient. And we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 1823334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Biondino Law Firm.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, rolling along here on this Friday, July the 24th. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Hope everyone is doing well out there. A little tribe roll call. If you guys want to get involved with today's program, put your name on your text. We'll give you a shout out. 303-713-1043, the RamosLaw.com text line, along with our Champ Honda YouTube chat. Want to get this one just out there. Cecil, just real quick, I don't know how much you and Dover kind of dive into the Jonathan Cooper situation. I know there isn't a ton to add, but we did get a little bit of an update today about the situation. This comes from our guy, Luca Evans. Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper has an arraignment set for August 31st at 1:30 p.m. After this morning's disposition hearing, court records show, judge will request Cooper to attend in person. Arraignment date will come exactly 2 weeks before Denver's Week 1 opener against KC. So I think just get that out there. That's the first update we've had in a while on Coop. See what happens when it comes to this season and just Coop the person, too.
Is that a distraction? Entering training camp. We talked to Mike Kliss yesterday, and Kliss was like, they don't even know yet if he's going to practice. Because the people that need to make that decision, I assume, Sean, George, Greg, haven't yet got together to discuss that. We are 1 week away from being out there for training camp.
Right.
And we don't know if Jonathan Cooper's going to be participating. This is 1,000% a giant-ass distraction. Big-ass distraction. You know what that is? BAD. That's bad. It's bad for the Broncos. It's bad for Cooper. And it's just bad when you're a Super Bowl contender. We're about ready to start training camp. We don't know one of their starting pass rushers is actually going to practice. Like, come on, man. This whole situation just keeps compounding. Just keeps getting worse.
I think for me, though, like my expectation was he was not going to be out there. It seems like you were maybe feeling a little bit differently about that. Like the moment this came out, I said this is going to take a while to play out.
Well, first off, don't don't get yourself in this situation,
Correct.
allegedly behave in the proper way or whatever the hell I have to say. Okay, we know this is all bogus, and Harvey is going to get him off, and rich people get away with whatever now, so it's like, okay, but you're totally distracting away from this team. It pisses me off because I'm just about ball. I want to talk about ball. I really don't care about the shovels at Burnham Yard. I really don't care about this type of stuff because it's just a distraction. The most important thing is winning a Super Bowl this year.
I agree.
And you've got a guy being a slappy, total slappy, and taking away from his team. And I don't like that. And we're a week away from training camp. I want it to be all about ball. And now this is hanging over our heads because whatever arraignment on August 31st or whatever day, God, for the love of God, man. This is the last thing this team needed in a Super Bowl window.
Yeah, I would agree. And look, let's call a spade a spade. Like, Jonathan Cooper is one of the more valuable players, on that defensive line. I think Nick Bonito and Zach Allen kind of anchor that. And I know Cooper got out to a really hot start and maybe tapered off a little bit as the season went along. But the question is, you talk about distraction. We don't know how the situation is going to play out. It's got to be a next man up mentality. And I think one of the reasons, on top of losing JFM and why they were maybe comfortable not paying JFM is because you got the guys like Jonah Ellis. You got the Owazariques, right? You've got the Q Robinsons. There should be some reinforcements behind Jonathan Cooper, assuming he does miss some time, that could hopefully come in and step up and, hopefully not have to feel Jonathan Cooper's presence be missed, if that makes sense, right? There's some depth at these positions.
Yeah, there's definitely depth that they have at the edge position, starting with Joan Ellis, Q Robinson, Dondrea Tillman there as well. And that's one of those things all right, you guys can kind of step up your game and be exactly what this team needs, and that's what you want if you're the Denver Broncos. If you're the Broncos, you're going to have to rely on these young pass rushers because you just don't know what you're going to get, if anything, from Jonathan Cooper this year. The good thing is they've drafted well. Q Robinson kind of forcing his way into this. Jonah Ellis playing so well at edge that this offseason, the first thing we heard of hey, he's going to have a little bit of time at inside linebacker. And then Sean Payton says, he's doing so well. Can't remember the exact words, Kev, if you know the press conference it was, the exact words he used about Jonah Ellis of he's being too good to take away from the edge. And I think that's great news for Jonah. And now with the Cooper situation, it's great news for the Broncos. Don't need to mess around with Jonah at ILB. Set it up, let him attack the edge. And the thing is with Jonathan Cooper, you mentioned he's a solid starter, and I agree with you. And part of it is my ire just at this whole situation. You can tell how it pisses me off for multiple reasons. But for me, is he? He's a replaceable level talent. The last full sack that he had in a game was week 9. Had a couple half sacks after that, so 1 sack combined since week 9. So I know you said, hey, it kind of tapered off towards the end of the year. Brother, that was middle of the year.
Right.
Middle of the year, he tapered off. And if he's out there not doing anything, and I don't have the pressure numbers in front of me, but I can easily get them. So if he's out there not doing anything for over half the year, we all can say, Agent Zero, he's the starter. He's a solid contributor, a major part of their defense. It doesn't have to be. Honestly, Jonah Ellis could go half a year without a sack. Okay, so again, maybe it's me just being pissed off about the Jonathan Cooper situation, or maybe it's the reality of the situation of he's all right, but he's not this irreplaceable piece. You didn't say that, but he needs to know. NFL stands for not for long for a reason. You're going to dummy up and do stuff like that, put yourself in this position, put your team in this position in a Super Bowl window. They always have eyes elsewhere with NFL teams, unless you're special like Peyton Manning special. They always are looking somewhere else. And if you are, even a starter in this league, like a Jonathan Cooper, you mess around and do something like this, you know what they do? They just straight up replace you. They move on.
And the interesting part is I think defensive line in the position group that Jonathan Cooper finds himself in is arguably maybe the most depth the Broncos have on that roster. You're talking about the Jonah Ellises of the world. You're talking about the Q Robinsons, the Owazariques, among some of these other guys. You draft Tyler Onyedem too. I think Jonathan Cooper, we don't need to make Jonathan Cooper to be more than anything, that we think he might be necessarily. I think Jonathan Cooper is a very solid player.
Yeah,
right?
And that's fair.
A quality player, who has some moments and has some flashes, but to your point, probably replaceable. If you have a Jonah Ellis who's had 2 years under his belt and is only 23 years old and won't be 24 till right around the NFL draft next year, it's not like you're at linebacker where you have Justin Strnad and Alex Singleton, and behind that it's a bunch of question marks. You have depth, you have young pieces. So look, we'll see what happens with the Jonathan Cooper situation. Ultimately, if he plays, if he doesn't play, what that looks like. But the way that I'm looking at this, Cecil, is guys like Jonah Ellis and Q Robinson, like these are the guys that have the most to gain from training camp because they can go out there and Jonah Ellis could look so good the Broncos might say, hey, dealing with this Jonathan Cooper headache is no longer worth our time.
Right. And you look at an ownership group that paid $80 million for Russell Wilson to go away. Russell Wilson was just bad and not a good fit with Sean Payton. Jonathan Cooper is causing distractions. Guilty, innocent, law, whatever. Again, rich people get away with a lot. So, whatever this situation ends up as, by the way, the NFL can still suspend you even if he's found innocent.
Right.
The NFL can still suspend you because you made the Shield look bad. But I'm just mad because it's ball time. It's football time. Where's that song at, by the way? Alex, we need to dig that up. It's football time. That was on Madden years ago. We got to bring that back for today. But it's football time, and we're sitting here talking about court appearances.
Are you surprised that there's not a no-tolerance kind of attitude from the Broncos organization? I know what happened with Terrion Arnold in Detroit was different, but you saw Detroit come down quickly.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things where the lawyers get involved and, you have to be careful because, again, yes, innocent until proven guilty. When you admit stuff to the police that doesn't sound real innocent, I'm not sure I can say that, but we'll go through the legal process. Innocent until proven guilty. But all I know is this is a gigantic pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Huge pain in the ass. And that's just for me. I'm just some chucklehead that talks about the team. Imagine being in that building. Imagine having to come back from summer vacation. You're Sean, you're Greg, you're George, and first order of business, are we going to allow Jonathan Cooper to practice? That's awful. When you're in a Super Bowl window, I don't want any distractions. I don't want anything. I'm talking a little Bo Nix injury, a little J.K. Dobbins injury, a little whatever. I don't want anything to knock this team off track from a Super Bowl, and these type of distractions tend to do those type of things.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And look, I think the Broncos, having been around previous Broncos teams and just the Nuggets and the Rockies and all these other clubs that, play here locally in Colorado, one of the things that really impressed me with them last year is that kind of veteran type of mentality, right? They seemed like an organization that didn't get too high, didn't get too low. I remember talking about that with Nick Benito. I think the players in the building will know how to deal with this professionally, right? I don't think this is one of those organizations that is going to lose control over the situation and these players are going to come out and start saying things out of the, right side of the mouth, left side of their mouth. I think the Broncos are obviously aware, and I'm sure it's been discussed leading up to veterans reporting next week. I think it's a distraction for us to talk about. I actually think the players in that locker room are built to handle it, though.
I hope so.
Just from the vibe that I got from covering them
all it takes, because PR is great with the Broncos. They're the best in the league. They just are. And they control the narrative, even when they have to make phone calls to all of us to tell us what to say.
It's true.
Or at least try to get us to tell us what to say. We don't work for you. I will say this. All it takes is one poor, Q Robinson interview, and name a player. I'm not even going to name the player, but somebody just speaking out of turn.
It would have been JFM. It would have been JFM.
Yeah, I mean, Malcolm Roach starts talking about this. Malcolm Roach is bound to say something.
True.
You know what I mean? And all it takes is one player being like, yeah, that's BS or whatever. And then all of a sudden we have another crap storm of news and information, all thanks to one man.
Yeah. All right, let us know your thoughts on the situation involving Jonathan Cooper. Again, it looks like this will play out over the course of the coming weeks and months. All right, when we come back, the Denver Nuggets have been made trade offers for one specific player that they continue to rebuff at. We'll tell you who that is and why next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey, how about 4 weeks from now you look and feel better? How about 4 weeks from now you got your swagger back, you got your confidence back, your summer clothes are fitting better, those summer picks are going to look better 4 weeks from now. Why do I say 4 weeks? Because Soda Diet Nutrition, get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. That's 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. It's SodaDietAndNutrition.com. And 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda. I'm never going back because of the dynamic diet that was put together for me by a degreed nutritionist, and it was a custom fit plan for me, for my lifestyle, for my schedule. Everybody's different. Everybody's body's different. You react to food differently. Your schedule during the day is different. There's not a one-size-fit-all approach. That's why the dynamic diet from Soda, dietnutrition.com, works so well. It worked for me 5 years ago, lost that 60 pounds, never going back, baby. Got that confidence back, got that swagger back, look and feel 10 years younger. It's Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. Get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. 4 weeks free at SOTA, which is, say it with me, state of the art.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Dover and Cecil on the Fan AP. In for Dover.
Yeah. You a little PM Dawn fan? Before you were born?
Come on. Yeah, wait. Definitely before I was born.
It's about 10 years. It's 1991, so it's about 10 years before you were born, because you're the same age as my son.
Yeah.
You're 1 year older than Liam. Liam's 27. You're 28.
I'm 28.
Yeah.
Creeping up.
So
I had this whole...
Who's your daddy?
Yeah. It was me. Who else? It was me, Dan Chav, and Dante Gomez yesterday. Happy belated birthday to Dante. Yesterday was his birthday. I also believe today is Mr. Philip Lindsay's birthday. So we'll have to have some fun with him when he comes in here for Crosstalk. But, yeah, you know, pushing 30, it's an interesting feeling. I'm not sure if I'm ready for it yet.
Nah, 30's fine.
No, I know.
40 will mess with you, and then 50, you're just like, it's over.
Yeah. Yep. One step closer, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of one step closer and it's over, that's kind of been the sentiment around the Denver Nuggets of one step closer to the end of the championship window with Nikola Jokic and everything that kind of comes with that. Of course, we opened up the show by talking about the big breaking news that LeBron James has finally made his decision. He is heading to the Philadelphia 76ers. It feels like the Nuggets were never truly in the mix. Don't have to have that conversation. Apparently, Josh Kroenke and LeBron are buddies. I'd like to see Josh, kind of lean on his butt a little bit more and, live up to the hype and potential of what this offseason was supposed to be. But point being is Cecil, here we are on, what's today's date? July the 24th. And the Denver Nuggets have not made a single move of significance, right? Like, you want to look at Marvin Bagley and say that's a needle mover? No, absolutely not. You draft a couple of rookies. Okay, like, is Trevor Brazil going to maybe play, a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there? Like, potentially, right? But, like, this Nuggets team, for the most part, is the same.
Yeah.
Minus Jonas Valanciunas, minus Tim Hardaway Jr.
Right.
And
it's pretty two sizable losses in their own
exactly.
right.
Tim Hardaway Jr. was phenomenal.
THJ, man.
And Jonas, not the most popular player among some fans, but I also don't think he was utilized the right way.
Right. David Adelman seemed hesitant to utilize him at times.
Yeah, it was very, very bizarre. But point being, I think one name that we all kind of expected to, maybe be on the move or the most likely to be moved was Cam Johnson. And Cam Johnson is still a member of
begrudgingly,
this
I would
team.
say that. And let's set it up that way, because this whole, make room for Payton Watson thing. The guy had 16 games, and you're going to reshape everything? And I don't know about you, but Cam Johnson, to me, never really was a complete disappointment this last year. I know that may be soft-selling it, but I look at Cam Johnson this way. He didn't fit in, and then he worked hard to fit in. Then he got hurt. Then he came back, didn't really fit in, worked hard to fit in, and then fit in. Like, when Cam Johnson was healthy and when he kind of, clicked out there, he did fit in. And you could see the vision that they had, and that guy's going to be the one who replaces MPJ. So I like Cam Johnson a lot. And it also kind of drew my ire this offseason when everyone's like, oh, you got to trade Cam so you can make room for Payton Watson. I'm like, why?
They don't have to.
Yeah, they don't have to now, for sure.
I think that's been kind of the holdup, right? Is if they do re-sign, and it also depends at this point, because I'm convinced Payton Watson's coming back. It's just, what does that number look like? And it's funny that you kind of phrased it as 16 games. You and Dover had an awesome clip about that I posted on our social media yesterday, because I thought you guys were spot on. But point being, whether or not Peyton Watson comes back, if he does come back, that's when I think you see Cam Johnson be moved. I think part of the reason why they haven't just blanketed, traded Cam Johnson out of the gate despite getting some trade offers is because if they don't re-sign Peyton Watson, they're going to be able to keep Cam Johnson and not have to go into the second apron. But the reason we're talking about this is a report that came out earlier this week from Mike A. Scotto on X. The Nuggets have, quote, rebuffed trade calls for Cam Johnson. He adds here, quote, numerous teams have called the Denver Nuggets hoping they'd be willing to dump forward Cam Johnson, who's owed just over $23 million in the final year of his contract. They have not done that. So, again, perception from media members and different social media people that the expectation was Cam Johnson would probably be moved by the Denver Nuggets. And here we are now on July 24th. With the understanding that Denver's rebuffing trade calls for Cam.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're rebuffing trade calls, but how long was that the case? And how much did they rebuff? How much did they really, really consider? And why was it Cam Johnson, everyone just goes to as oh, you get rid of that guy? It's probably because it's the only one you really could. And I guess there is interest. There's plenty of interest that they are rebuffing. But what are you doing post-rebuff? What are you doing to get this thing set up so you're not just running it back for a team that fell short?
But that's what it's going to be. I know. Again, I see you kind of
get ready to waste your time then. This entire year.
It's going to be a wash season. And here's the thing: is they're probably
you're wasting Joker's prime.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
And we're all okay in saying that. No. You just said it, and I'm not blaming you, brother, because I feel the same way. But you're just saying what everybody should say, and we're okay with that. You're okay with having the best player in your history of your franchise and just wasting another year? Now, first, it starts with David Adelman. He should not be the head coach in Joker's prime. If you want to get him on a different Denver Nuggets team where they're just trying to figure things out, fine. Not this team. Not with Joker in his prime years, and you're wasting it. It seems like Josh Kroenke, and they won't do this consciously, but subconsciously, their actions tell me they're okay with one. They're not serious about winning another NBA title, and that's completely obvious by the non-moves. Nothing. No moves. Nothing this offseason.
I think it's also fair, because I agree with the majority of what you're saying. And I hate to be like carrying their water or anything like that, but like the second apron is truly a death sentence. And by punting on this year, for lack of a better phrase, it will provide them with that buzzword of flexibility. That's beyond the point, though. Again, I go back to sitting in the front row, looking at Josh Kroenke like I'm looking at you right now, looking at David Adelman, Jonathan Wallace, Ben Tenzer, right there.
David Adelman with slouched shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like the feeling coming away from that press conference is like somebody just died. Like the era's over. Like, oh my gosh, Jamal, it was nice to know you. So long, sayonara. Aaron Gordon, Mr. Nugget, we're shipping you out.
Yeah.
And again, like I'm sitting here and I'm laughing after the fact because like I'm not believing what I'm hearing. And it's not like the organization came out and said like, oh, we're for sure trading Aaron Gordon. Oh, we're for sure trading Jamal Murray. That was the implication. That was the idea that there would be some seismic moves. The fact that Denver has stood pat this offseason is not surprising, but it's setting them up for another mediocre season. And what's going to be interesting here, C's, is they're probably going to win 50 games. I think they're over under 49.5. I think the
West getting better or no? Are the Nuggets getting better? Are the Nuggets staying up with how the West is getting better?
They won 53 games with Jokic out for a month and a half last
San Antonio is ahead of the game. I thought San Antonio would be what they were last year, like in a year.
Denver played them well in the regular season.
They're ahead of the game.
I think Denver.
OKC's not going anywhere. Golden State's still a pain. The Lakers are going to do something like wrap something like. Come on, the West is getting way better, and the Nuggets are sitting on their hands being like, it's okay, we got flexibility in 28.
Oh, I agree, but like, point is, like, they're going to kind of tease
They're
you.
going to win 50 games?
Yeah.
50 games.
I got them at 50.
We'll do a coffee bet on that.
I don't think that's a crazy.
We'll do a coffee bet on that.
And I don't think they're going to be in the play-in. I think they're going to be probably 3, 4, 5, somewhere in that mix. And ultimately, it's like they're going to have moments, and ultimately we'll have to see what this roster looks like because I think losing Tim Hardaway Jr. is terrible, but you bring back Peyton Watson. I don't think Cam Johnson could be any worse than he was last year. Like, point being, like, the Nuggets are not going from, like, good team to terrible team. They're just going to go from, like, good to, like, maybe not as good.
But
right?
they're okay
they're
with
going from,
that.
Like, they're going from, like, an 8 to a 7.
How does that not piss off everybody?
Oh, I agree.
Every single Nuggets fan should have pitchforks and lanterns about this whole situation, this entire offseason when you're in Joker's prime. You only got one shot at this. There's going to be a statue of that guy outside of Ball Arena, and I don't want the story to be like, they got one and then never could do anything else ever. Like, come on. This is a time when you go for it. You throw everything at it. And then, listen, if you get another ring or two, and then you got to pay the piper because eventually you got to pay the piper, and for 10 years you suck or 20 years you're terrible, fine. We had the Joker run, got 3 rings out of it. It was awesome. You're not doing that. You're sitting on your hands accepting that one championship was enough, and it's not. It's an insult to him. It's an insult to Nuggets fans.
And it's an organization that's devolved before our eyes since they won the championship. Every year it feels like, not even feels like, they have been taking a step back. They're
ZB
further
said
and further
this
away.
Off air, and I feel comfortable sharing it on air because it's nothing egregious. ZB said this, and I agree with it. They don't have fun together anymore.
No.
Like, they don't want to be together anymore. Like, during the championship run, how close-knit that team was. Family. Like, how close-knit they were. That seems to be all gone.
Feels like a job, right? Like with Jokic, it looks like it's a job. With Jamal, and Jamal's always had an interesting attitude, like just body language-wise. Like, I don't know Jamal off the court, but like, yeah, like the one of the signatures of the Nuggets organization, their championship run, was their culture, and that culture has continued to erode as the seasons have gone by. It feels like they're okay with mediocrity, and I got into an intense argument with Philip Lindsay just about like Jokic opting not to sign the contract extension this summer, and I think Jokic will eventually sign that extension and get the most money in the NBA and all that kind of stuff, but it certainly does put some degree of pressure on the organization to make sure they get their ish together, right? Like, they've got to figure this out to make sure that they keep Joker pleased and they keep this team in a contention window. This year might be a down year, but that might be, par for the course for them the last few years as well. It's disappointing.
Unless they come out with some amazing moves after this next season is done.
Could have traded
in the first round, whatever.
Could have traded for Jaylen Brown and had LeBron James. Would that have sufficed? If we were sitting here right now with Jaylen Brown and LeBron James on the Nuggets next to Jokic, not sure who would still be here, maybe Watson as well. That's the type of shakeup that you could at least sit back and say, hey, like, at least they tried.
Yeah.
Even if they fall
intent
short.
matters. Words don't really matter. You have to back it up with action. But if they take the action of getting Jaylen Brown, getting LeBron James, and it doesn't work, we can at least say, hey, they tried. They tried. What are they doing now? Saving money.
Squat. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, Broncos training camp on the mind. Plenty to unpack here on the program throughout the course of the next few hours. Danilo Pirro in for Josh Dover. Back in just a few minutes.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. You know, if you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado's hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn a few missing shingles or a small leak into costly water damage, mold, and even a full roof replacement. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust the experts at Colorado's Best Roofing. They provide honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service to keep your home or business protected. Schedule your free roof inspection today. Visit roofingcolorado.com.
Don't worry, Dan, I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Cruising along here. Hour number 1, Dover and Cecil, AP in for Dover. Got Josh on vacation. Excuse me, you're not Josh, you're Cecil. I'm
Cecil today.
Yes, it is a Friday, and I just got back from vacation. So I was joking with Kev and some of the other guys, like, you come back from vacation like in the middle of a work week, like it's kind of like takes a couple days for the brain to reset.
Yeah, it's almost like you're still on vacation, but you're here.
Yeah. I'm happy to be here, though. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for training camp. We'll get to the Broncos to start the second hour. I do want to mix in a little Colorado Buffaloes conversation, though, to end the first hour. This is an interesting one. And look, we all know what the Colorado Buffaloes were last year, and kind of jury's still out on what they will be this year. They've got some talent at quarterback among some other positions. But the Athletic put together 10 rising college football quarterbacks who could take a significant leap this season. And lo and behold, our guy Julian Lewis finds himself at number 5 on this list.
Okay.
We know Juju. How would you describe Juju's freshman season at CU?
Maddeningly inconsistent.
Chaotic, yeah.
Very chaotic. I think that's a good word for it. It's like we all have hopes for Juju. We all hope that Julian Lewis is everything that he's cracked up to be. I was hoping when Julian Lewis signs on the dotted line with Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes of can he be the best Deion quarterback? Can he be better than Shedeur? And I believed at the time he could develop into that. And Shedeur's a talented college quarterback. See what he does with Cleveland this year, but it's not looking that way for Julian as quickly as I thought perhaps it could.
Come on, dog.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And look, if Juju Lewis goes and balls out this year, he's probably gone in the offseason, right? That's just kind of the way NIL and the way that college football kind of works right now. But point being is if CU's going to be relevant this year, when I say relevant, I'm talking 6 wins, which to me would be a massive win for this team. And I know some people are like, well, when Deion Sanders gets paid as much money as he is, you can't only win 6 games and be happy with that. Well, look at the dumpster fire we saw last year, right? I think if Juju Lewis kind of lives up to the potential that we expected from him coming out of high school, and I'm willing to give him a bit of a pass after what last year was, but that is that compared with the Brennan Marion go-go offense, right? That's what I'm most excited. Those are the 2 reasons to be optimistic about this CU team. But again, Juju coming in at number 5 on the Athletics list of 10 rising college football quarterbacks, behind a couple of guys from Arizona State, Will Hammond of Texas Tech, Kamario Taylor of Mississippi State, and I can't say this guy's name, Ethan Grunkemeyer, I believe.
Grunkemeyer.
Probably got picked on as a kid with that last name. That's a heck of a last name.
Yeah, you're a quarterback. You're not going to get picked on that much,
true.
Right? Just go out there and sling it. And Julian Lewis, that's the thing. The go-go offense and Brendan Marion, that's kind of where my hope lies for this team and honestly for the future. And I'm going to say this, and it's going to be very offensive, but get as offended as you like.
Uh-oh.
Deion Sanders isn't worth the money. We already know that. Would you disagree? Because you were making light of people going, well, if Deion's going to get paid that much, he is a top 5 paid head coach in college football. He's not worth the money.
I would agree with that.
He's not worth the money.
No, I would agree with that.
I mean, whether you want to say they got flim-flammed or whatever, but we can easily say, as, kind of jarring as it is, Deion Sanders is not worth the money he's getting paid. Because it's no longer about Deion can get anybody here. No, he can't. He can't even keep the guys like Jordan Seaton. By the way, you see Jordan Seaton throwing around those $50,000
bags.
purses?
Oh,
yeah.
And did you see him have to put out a statement after the fact? He's like, I didn't buy these for my girl. I've had all these bags for a long time.
Right.
Oh,
I just collect purses as a 20-year-old man. But anyway, so it's Deion can't even keep the guys that are our top dollar. That are the 5-star blue chip recruit. He can't even keep a Jordan Seaton.
I mean,
you think he's going to keep Julian Lewis if that guy balls out?
And that's what I'm saying. If Juju struggles, I think there's a chance he comes back. But if Juju, is a top 10 quarterback in the country, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's going to the SEC. He's going to the Big 12, or he's going to go to the Big 10.
Yeah.
Or a more prominent Big 12 school. And that's just the way. And I don't know what Jordan Seaton got to leave CU to go to LSU, but that's kind of like the roadmap these days.
Right.
Like if you've got that type of talent coming out of high school, you get a bag from an up-and-coming school that needs tried and true talent. You solidify yourself at said school, and then you go to a big boy, right? You go to LSU, who had the #1 transfer portal class.
It's like a second contract in the NFL.
Correct.
Where it's like you go and you get your first deal, it's your rookie deal, and then you ball out, you prove yourself, and then everyone else wants you.
And my understanding...
Are you okay with Colorado being a stepping stone, with Deion Sanders being a top 5 paid head coach?
I'm not okay with it, but like that's just kind of where they're at right now. And it's going to take...
That's dumb. That's dumb. The way you're operating business for the Buffaloes is dumb.
Would you rather than be like what they have with Jim Mora up in Fort Collins, which is, a guy who has plenty of head coaching experience, who's, kind of getting back into the game.
Right.
With CSU, but like CU's still more relevant than CSU as a program.
Yeah, right.
And I know relevancy, it doesn't equate to success, but like
Deion Sanders is paid to be Deion Sanders, not to be a good college football coach, because he's not. Like, that's just the bottom line. You mentioned Jim Mora. I'd rather have Jim Mora because at least I know Jim Mora is a good coach. You know what I mean? Brendan Marion is a really good coach. He might be your future coach at CU.
I agree.
And if that's the case, then I'm more excited about the on-field product. Deion, who I'm a big fan of, I love Deion Sanders, but I also don't love what's going on in Boulder because it's just kind of wasting time. And with Deion Sanders, it's like you're not coaching. You're getting paid all this money, yet you're not recruiting. You won't go to anybody's living room. You don't keep your transfer portal guys. We're not being given what we were sold with Deion. He can get anybody.
Yeah.
This and that. Like, it was great when Travis and Shadur were here, and it seems like that was forever ago. It wasn't, but it just seems that way.
No, and I hear what you're saying. And here's kind of where I'm at with Deion this year. It's the ultimate prove-it season for him, right? Like last year was obviously...
Does he think that? He doesn't think that.
No, I don't
Ultimate
think so.
prove-it season? You're right,
Yeah.
but he doesn't think that, and that's the biggest problem.
But what do you think the narrative... Like, does Deion come back if they have another 3-win season? I mean, I think he does because he's not leaving that money on the table. But, like, if they have, like, another 3-4-win season and they're well below expectation, like, I know Deion is never going to outwardly question himself, but at some point, you got to think, like, is the juice worth the squeeze with what you're doing? You're now multiple seasons removed from coaching Shador and Travis and
Right.
Shiloh. Like, is this what you want to keep doing?
Well, and is this what you want to keep doing with a
new athletic director as well?
Well, and he
Lovo.
doesn't even want to talk to the media. Like, no one's hardly any. No one in this town really is like the New York media, right?
Sean Keeler was.
Keeler,
that was different. But
yeah, but Keeler's kind of that way. He's still asking fair questions. I don't think Keeler went above and beyond in terms of like he that's what he said was bad. No, he's asking Deion questions. Deion doesn't want to answer the tough questions. So, like, how is the juice worth the squeeze? How long does he want to do this? How long does he want to keep dodging interesting questions? Like, it's all setting up to be like a big old mess unless Juju is one of those top 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. And again, I think a 6-win season would be A-okay for this Colorado Buffaloes team. I know there's a lot of people that don't agree with that, but to me, it's like you were so bad last year. And like, just even like what got revealed to me last year about the Colorado Buffaloes, and just like even like going back to when Shador was here, right? Like Shador and the ability to improv on the fly in college, like you saw that not necessarily equate to the NFL level as well. Like it seems like there's been some coaching, just the definition of coaching disorganization the last few years, and it feels like they're trying to clean that up for the first time in a long time this year. Again, I think Brendan Marion has a lot of opportunity to go out there and mold this offense, because here's the thing, even if they win 6 games, but a lot of these losses are 35-30 type of shootouts and they're interesting, you could like at least look towards the future of what this team looks like with Juju Lewis and with Brendan Marion as well. But it's when they get blown out and they're turning the ball over left and right, like that's where the hope starts to kind of fade.
Yeah, well, that's when they don't look like a football team.
Which is what it looked like multiple times last year.
Exactly.
Caden
So
Salter,
can they at
man.
least look like a team this year?
Yeah. I'm with you. Let us know your thoughts on the Colorado Buffaloes on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, your expectation for Julian Lewis, and away we go. All right, we're about a week or so, we think, less than a week away from Broncos training camp. We'll dive into some of the biggest questions for the orange and blue when we come back on the other side. That's next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League, and is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy, and if he does that, man,
this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
It's no secret that the checkout line feels a lot heavier. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you're not alone. And if you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I can't touch that. With American Financing's Smart Equity Loan, you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high-interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed-rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. Guys, talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant today. Experts who are paid to help you save, not sell you more than you need. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Oh, happy
Let's go.
Friday, baby. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover.
We made it!
It's going to be so hot again this weekend, though. That's the only thing. It's going to be like 97 degrees and melting.
Yeah.
Alex, you want to go play golf? You want to go melt to
Yeah, let's do it.
6 a.m. tea time tomorrow morning? Kennedy or something? See what's available. Evergreen. That's the way.
Yeah, we'll
that's where we
see
wanna go.
what the weather is like next week out at Broncos training camp. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. And that's where the Cecil will be out there, hopefully on the football field for Bo Nix and company.
Are you ready? Are you pumped up?
I am very ready. I was in Tahoe for 2 weeks, and during that time, I got about 10 days in. I was like, I'm ready. And then I had 4 days extra, which was great. But, like, I'm so ready. This time of year, I'm ready to go underwater. I'm ready to not have a day off till the Super Bowl. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready for this. And I'm ready for this team because they are truly in a Super Bowl window, and there's no, like, ifs, ands, or buts. Last year when I said 13 wins and everybody said I was crazy or everybody said I was a homer, and none of that was the case. Well, maybe crazy, but still, like, the 13 wins, now we know that's their level. They had 14. I said 13. They were wrong. They are back. Thank you, VJ.
I can't lie. I think I was just trying to be nice because I just started working here and like I was just getting to know you. I was like, you told me 13 wins, and I'm like, all right, let's go to Cecil's house after the show and see how he gets down. Right? I was like, 13 wins.
We got some of that ditchweed up in Roxborough, girl. But like for me, it's like they know now that's where they start. Like they're a 12, 13, 14 win team right now. That's where they start. And unlike the Nuggets, who are just sitting on their hands, the Broncos have done some things. And that's why yesterday on OBT, I did the 5 smartest moves of the Broncos offseason. Brother, I could have named 10 of the smartest moves of the offseason. An offseason that maybe to some, it's like, well, they didn't do a whole lot. I think Jalen Waddle, that one move alone. Listen, everybody's seen Bo Nix. Everybody's seen Sean Payton's offense. You haven't seen it like this. You haven't seen it with the turbocharge. You haven't seen it with the extra cylinders. You haven't seen it with the danger element
Nitrous
that you're going to have, nitrous oxide that you're going to have. Let's go to the moon. Fast and Furious style, right?
Yeah.
Let's jump some cars out of the moon.
No, I hear you.
Like Luda.
It's going to be interesting, and I forget if it was you and Will talking about it yesterday. Maybe it was Zach and Phil or one of the national shows that I was listening to on my drive home last night. You're spot on that. Like the barometer now, and I think it was Zach and Phil about how Greg Penner, how he views success. Right? And like how he would have said, like, if they would have made it to the wild card round last year and
He
lost.
told Mace that.
Correct. There you go.
Yeah.
And so now you would think, like, if we're just looking at it through the lens of Greg Penner, like the only there's 2 definitions of success for the Broncos. That's a Super Bowl appearance and a Super Bowl win.
Yep.
There's only 2 paths forward for this Denver Broncos team.
Yep.
And one of the things that I've said with Jake on our show, Shapiro and Piro, is there's a good chance. Because I think we get so caught up in the record. Like, part of the reason I thought you were a little crazy when you gave out 13 wins is because that's a lot of games to win. Right? Like, and they ended up winning 14, and like that blew me away, right? But I actually think, Cecil, there's a scenario where the Broncos maybe win 13, 12, even 11 games. And I can actually make the argument they might be a better team than they were last year.
Yeah, they'll be a better team and more capable of making that run, even if they're not the number 1 seed.
Because let's call a spade here. Yeah, the 1 seed is like its own thing. They're not going to win every one-score game like they did last year.
Yeah.
Like that was awesome. It was incredible. Like the Giant game, sensational. Packers,
They're 11-2 in 1-score games. It's not going to
like
happen.
that is
You're
not
going to be more like
sustainable.
500.
Right. And so, like, if the Broncos win 11 games, 12 games, 13 I think is still, like, elite. Like, 13, 14.
13 is the elite
Is kind of
number.
like the same thing in my head, 13 or 14, right? But, like, if they're at 12 or 11, man, like, unless it, like, looks different or it looks clunky, like, I would rather the Broncos win 11 or 12 games and have 3 or 4 more blowouts in the mix than have them have to come from behind and win 13, 14 games all by one score. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I want to see the Broncos flex because it felt like there were so many times last year where the Broncos were playing catch up, and I didn't really know how to feel about them from one week to the next. I'm like, this is a good team, but how good are they? I want to know through the first 6 weeks of this coming season. We're talking Kansas City, we're talking Seattle, we're talking the Rams, we're talking Jacksonville. Go out there and flex on some of these teams.
Yeah, I like that. What you're saying is you want less gray hair. You don't have any gray hair.
No.
But like,
I think I got one up here somewhere.
You got one
I saw
up there?
it the other day.
Okay, you don't want that if you're a Broncos fan, because last year we know they were the cardiac kids.
Right.
They were a heart attack and a sack. Like, they were just, oh my God, every time you watched them, something was going to happen that was wild and you may not be expecting. This year, I'd like them to just kick some more ass where they're not in one-score games, where their offense is more dangerous. And I think that's where Jalen Waddle comes in. So the Waddle difference, I personally believe that we're going to put eyes on this team 1 week from today, and it's going to be obvious how much different, how much better, and how much more dangerous they are, all because of Jalen Waddle. I think motion will be a thing. I think tempo will be a thing. I think the middle of the field, so we can stop getting people talking about how Bo Nix doesn't throw to the middle of the field. Like, all right, keep talking, because the Broncos and Bo Nix about ready to prove you wrong this year.
And let me come out and say this. Like, I am not – I try to look at things neutral, right? Like, I'm not, like, looking at things through orange and blue glasses. I'm not saying you do or anyone at the station does. But, like, I consider myself, like, pretty unbiased when it comes to my opinion of the Broncos. Like, I just – you know, I went to high school out here, but, like, they weren't my childhood team, the Broncos, or anything like that. Like, I am so perplexed at where this Bo Nix, like, frustration – comes from these people. And I think a lot of it's rooted in not wanting to admit they were wrong in the pre-draft process or whatever it might be.
Ding.
Like, right, but it's like I'm watching Bo Nix, and again, as someone like I have an interest, a vested interest in Bo Nix, because the better the Broncos do, the better it is for us here at the station, in our careers, and all that kind of stuff. But I can objectively sit back and say, like, what does Bo Nix do that Drake May doesn't, right? Or like a vice versa. Like Bo Nix has shown me not all I need to see, but a lot of what I want to see to crown him as a franchise quarterback, an upper echelon trending quarterback. I don't understand why there's still these narratives for the Manti Te'os and the Jason McIntyres of the world that want to tear Bo down when he's made the playoffs in his rookie season and led the team to an AFC Championship game in his second.
Right.
Like, what is this obsession with wanting to tear Bo down as opposed to giving him his flowers?
I think a little bit of it is the hot take, let's get something to click on. And most of the time,
I don't even think Bo drives clicks like that outside of Denver.
I don't think it does either.
Go rip Drake May if you want clicks.
That would do it. That would do it.
Instead of glazing.
Who's going to be bold enough to do that? And I say bold with air quotes. Nobody. And why? I think Sean Payton gets more of the credit than Bo does, whereas Drake May, the people that know ball will talk a little bit about Josh McDaniels. And listen, Josh McDaniels may be a turd of a head coach, but he's a great offensive coordinator. He just is. Can't stand the guy, but he is a great offensive coordinator. And because of that, I think Drake May gets, look at what he's doing. And with Bo, it's like, look at what Sean's doing with Bo.
Which is ridiculous.
People think Bo's a robot, and he's not.
No, he's not. And I mean, it's not just exclusive to Drake and Bo. Like, I even think about, like, the Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen comparison. Like, why whenever the Bills fall short is it, like, never Josh's fault? But the moment Baltimore does anything wrong, it's always Lamar. It's always Lamar.
Right.
It's always Lamar. With
Right.
Buffalo, it's the coach, it's this, it's the refs, it's that. Like, we forget that
That's
Josh
not an interception.
No, like, we forget
whatever.
Josh Allen, like, almost essentially single-handedly gave the game away against the Broncos.
If
in the
Josh
playoffs.
Allen doesn't have them 5 turnovers, the Broncos don't win that game.
He's the golden child, but Lamar Jackson, one bad game, one bad playoff exit. Oh my, Lamar stinks. He's never as good as we thought he was. I mean, these narratives and these perceptions are just absolutely outrageous when it comes to the NFL. So, look, I'm excited for training camp. I'm excited for Bo. Again, I think he's healthy. You think he's healthy. We all think he's healthy. That's the one thing that I think holds this Broncos team back is an unhealthy Bo Nix. But all indications are he's ready to go. He posted that pretty cool sizzle reel on Instagram last week about him working out in the Alabama humidity. Cannot wait for training camp to get started next week. All right, when we come back, though, let's continue along the training camp conversation. There's a guy that I think could really make a name for himself on the defensive line. We'll tell you who that is and why next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient. And we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales Event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's right. 04. That's Ray Lewis, right? I think Madden 04 should be. I think 06 was Donovan McNabb.
Okay.
Maybe Ray Lewis was 05.
Okay, Madden 04. I love it.
I used to know, I used to know all these covers back. I don't even know who's on the cover this year. You still play Madden?
Caleb.
Michael.
You don't know that?
Right, it is Caleb Williams. Who?
It's Michael Vick for 04.
Oh my gosh, how could I forget?
Wow.
Ray Lewis is 05, though. Please confirm that for me.
Okay.
I don't want to sound that dumb.
Yeah.
But, wow. Yeah, Madden 04, that's considered, Michael Vick is considered in 04 the most broken Madden player of all time.
Yeah. Your Madden cheat code.
Yeah.
Just get Michael Vick.
I used to play that on GameCube way back in the day.
Wow.
So,
Not a great controller on the GameCube.
No, but
I'm talking about N64 controller fit in your hand, even though it was gigantic. The GameCube controller,
very
not
awkward.
swing and a miss.
Yeah, definitely.
What about the original Xbox controller? Where do we sit on that?
Oh, that big plate as an Xbox guy?
It has like a name, too. I forget what it's called.
I call it the plate because it's the size of a small plate.
It's not the best. The 360 controller and on
Upgrade.
is pretty good.
Yeah,
Big upgrade. PlayStation controller, I feel like, is always
PlayStation's always had the best controller.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
You know what's weird, though, is because I have like a PlayStation 2 at home, and I was playing it not too long ago because I play Xbox mainly, and like the joysticks are like offset, right?
Yeah,
One's further up, but like on the PlayStation, like
they're all together,
they're parallel. It's like a different feeling.
Your rumble sticks.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I'm glad you play a little retro games because break out your PS2, man. Break out your Dreamcast.
Well, mine got stolen when I moved here.
Your PS2 got stolen?
Dude, my PS2, my GameCube, like a bunch of my consoles got stolen by the moving company.
What?
Yes, when I was like a kid and I moved out to Colorado.
Wow.
At least that's what my parents tell me because they had to file because they got a bunch of stuff like and I guess it's pretty common in the moving industry when you move across state lines. Apparently, they fall off the truck, right? Like whatever it might be.
They just take your stuff.
Yeah, like in the PlayStation 2.
Wow.
I'll never forget it though because my dad, quick story, works in the hospitality industry, and they at the hotel that he was working at the time in California. They did a like Sony PS2 like launch convention thing, and I'll never forget. He walks home and he gives me a PlayStation 2 like right when it had come out, and that was like my go-to console like my entire life. And then it just got stolen. So my brother though for Christmas last year was like, "Here you go, I got you a PlayStation 2."
Wow,
like,
it is the best console of all time. Listen, as an Xbox guy, and the 360 is damn good, but PS2 it's the best console we've ever had.
Yeah, it's hits on hits on hits on hits. I'm gonna go home, maybe put a little Simpsons hit and run, have some fun with that. So. Can't wait.
I spent a lot of time putting in the code for Grand Theft Auto 3 and then just not playing the game, just like going and wreaking havoc.
I've got the remastered GTA 3, San Andreas, and Vice City on my Xbox. I bought that for like $15.
It's still not the same.
It's not the same.
Still
but
not the same.
I can still play it, whatever it might be. All right, let's. I promise it's a sports show. I do promise that. Let's get back to business here with the Denver Broncos, a guy that we touched on, and just kind of with the uncertainty around the Jonathan Cooper situation. Let's focus more so on, what that might mean for opportunities for some of these other guys. Like Ioma Uwazurike is a guy that I'm personally Cecil, like very, very intrigued by. But like Jonah Ellis to me, like would it surprise you if we came out of training camp and Jonah Ellis had solidified himself as like essentially a starter for this Broncos team on the defensive line pending Cooper?
Yeah, I think Jonah Ellis could do that. In fact, Jonah Ellis might change your math on the Cooper situation. Granted, on what they decide in terms of just participating. Is he going to participate in training camp or not? Or are they going to keep him away and have him stay away because it is a massive, massive distraction? And you're going to get questions. Players are going to get questions. And because of that, like Jonah Ellis in his play this offseason already has been outstanding. Sean Payton saying that he's too good. He's been so good at edge that he's really just maybe going to dabble at ILB, like maybe, just a little bit. And because of that, I think that you're going to see a lot of, kind of pressure in a way put on a Jonah Ellis because he can start. He could be a starter. He might have been drafted to be a starter because that upside and talent has always been there with Jonah Ellis if he just stays healthy. And I thought maybe the move to ILB keeps some of the big bodies off of him that he doesn't have to face up front on the defensive line as an edge. But that's not necessarily the case. With as good as he's been this offseason playing edge, much like Riley Moss, first couple of years, Riley Moss was banged up a little bit more than we remember. And then year 3, healthy, second half of the year, played better football last year. Now I look at Jonah Ellis in the same way. Like, okay, you got your legs under you, kind of figure out how to prepare as a pro, keep your body right, because availability is a skill, and now just go out there and play. He's got incredible pass rush moves. When he came out of college, he had 6 pass rush moves. Most guys have like 1 or 2. He had 6 pass rush moves, and he knows how to stack them. So now he's just better. And I think that's super exciting for the Broncos going forward.
Is that almost what you root for? Because like we talked about like how Jonathan Cooper, like maybe especially like last year, like middle of the year and on, what was disappointing from an output perspective, and also just knowing that there's some drama off the field right now and some distractions off the field right now. Like, is the best case as a Bronco fan that Jonah Ellis or an Awazarike type or one of these guys, like Q Robinson, steps up and kind of makes the decision for the Broncos about Jonathan Cooper?
Yeah, I think that's
the best possible outcome.
That is the best possible outcome, because then you're going to have the feeling that you can move on or you can make a different decision. Simply put, you're not being held hostage by Jonathan Cooper at all whatsoever.
Like, this isn't, and I'm not, like, Cooper is a good player for you. He's not on the Surtain, Bo, Benito level.
Right. And it's one of those things, like, you can find a player that's as good, if not better. And with Jonah Ellis, I believe the upside would be better. And I'm the guy that on DenverBroncos.com, when they interviewed me at the Senior Bowl, said, hey, you need to draft this Jonathan Cooper guy. I didn't think he'd fall to the 7th round, but also at the same time, Cooper, his upside, I was asked the question, and I'll ask you, and for the first time today, so an hour and a half in, have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of Jonathan Cooper, yes or no?
Ooh. I want to say no, but part of me thinks yes. Right? Like, could he get back to that level? Sure. Like, maybe, but I don't think he's going to get any better.
Is he exceeding that level?
Probably not.
Dude didn't have a sack. Had 2 half sacks post week 9. He had 1 sack after week 9, and it took 2 games to get the 1 sack after week 9. We've seen the best of Jonathan Cooper, and that's not a good spot for him to be in, because Jonah Ellis, now I'll do the same thing. Have we seen the best of Jonah Ellis?
Absolutely not.
And it's not even close.
It's not even like
it's not even close.
I don't even think we scratched the surface on Jonah Ellis. Like, I mean, Jonah Ellis has been a rotational player at best.
And his upside is out of the world.
And he's young, right? He's 23, 24 years old, right? And it's interesting. And I go back to the point that I've told you too, is it feels like if there's a position that Denver's equipped to kind of, like, they have depth at pass rusher, right? I think part of the reason that they were willing to let JFM go, and I thought JFM was very effective for them last season, is because, 1, they didn't want to pay him, but 2, they know, like, Jonah Ellis has got to play at some point. Q Robinson has got to play at some point. And Wazarike's got to play at some point. So you factor that in with Jonathan Cooper potentially missing some time for the whole season. And again, like, it would have been interesting if Cooper was not dealing with what he was dealing with and Jonah Ellis just balled out completely.
Right.
Like, would that have even forced their hand, right? So, again, like, I'm trying to remove the off-the-field stuff with Cooper and saying that even if he was in the mix, I think Jonah Ellis and a couple of these other guys are really primed to make some big-time noise in this training camp.
Yeah, really primed to make big-time noise, and that's why we're going to be out there at training camp watching to see who are the players that step up, and they've got a collection of talent already at pass rusher that can look really, really good. He's not my new A.T. Perry. Where's Hockey Gandalf at? That's what we call Spivak.
Hockey Gandalf.
Yeah, he walks around with a hockey stick like Gandalf, like none shall pass. Gosh. None shall pass. That's Hockey Gandalf, Drew Spivak. He's not my new A.T. Perry, but I'm just going to throw it out there for a preview of training camp. Watch Johnny Walker. He was a pass rusher,
by the way.
I know. He's a pass rusher they got last year. He got hurt in training camp, was on IR the entire year. That was a player 2 years ago at the Shrine Bowl that was outstanding as a pass rusher. So just put a pin in it, because we're talking about pass rushers. No one ever says Johnny Walker. They always forget him. So I'm just here to tell you right now, do not forget, what was the old song, Remember the Name? Right?
Yep.
Fort Minor.
Yep.
Remember the name. Remember the name. And I think Johnny Walker is one of these low-key pass rushers. Like, low-key, I'm excited about Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm the guy that was excited about A.T. Perry for 6 years, but whatever. Like, talent can come from anywhere, and the Broncos have more pass rushing talent than just Q Robinson and Jonah Ellis. They got other guys.
Another guy we haven't even mentioned is Savion Jones. I think Savion Jones got an opportunity, like, just like these other guys do. Like Tyler Onyedem, like, what does he look like in his rookie season? Like, I don't think we're expecting anything crazy from Onyedem, but, like, point being is, like, there's 3, 4, 5 guys that we can make an argument for right now that are going to have legitimate opportunities to make these strides throughout the course of training camp and hopefully impact this Denver Broncos team moving forward throughout training camp, preseason, and, of course, the regular season. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, can the Broncos have a 2-headed monster at running back like the Lions have had with Gibbs and David Montgomery? We'll answer that next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn minor damage into costly repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust Colorado's best roofing for honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
This July, make the most of summer adventures in the all-new 2026 Honda Passport from Champ Honda. Designed for drivers who want capability without compromise, the Passport is equally at home on Colorado back roads, weekend camping trips, or your daily drive across town. At Champ Honda, buying is just as easy, thanks to their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, giving you a transparent price, a single advisor, and a faster, more enjoyable experience. Plus, Champ Honda never charges dealer handling fees.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
We here in the sports world love talking about dynasties. Denver Deck Builders works with a dynasty of their own. As their owner, Ron Gibbs, explains.
Trex has been the most common. It was the first composite. It's been the most common one. It's over 50% of the market. They have a great product. It's the most durable product that I've used on my own deck in my own backyard. Trex is probably our biggest hitter.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, leading to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues to help men find solutions that fit their individual needs. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Is your health telling you it's time to lose weight? High blood pressure, rising cholesterol, joint pain, or more medications don't have to be your future. Colorado Fat Loss can help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days and keep it off. Schedule a free consultation at coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
Good time together.
I love it. You're crushing those Mountain Dews over there, by the way. It's impressive. I forget you and Dover are like the Mountain Dew brothers.
We're the Mountain Dudes. Yeah.
Mountain
We have
Dudes. I
hats
like
that
that.
say Mountain Dude. Thanks to our guy. So
I went down. I'll say this for Check Your X, actually, because it has to do with soda
Okay.
and vintage and old stuff. But
Nice.
I want to have a conversation with you about the running back room for the Denver Broncos. And the question that we'll try to answer is, can the Broncos have a 1-2 punch, or a two-headed monster, rather, like the Detroit Lions last year had with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery? So last year, Jahmyr Gibbs had 1,200 yards with 13 touchdowns. Montgomery had 716 yards with 8 touchdowns. Before we get to the Broncos, this is a sidebar that I've just been meaning to ask you. Is Jahmyr Gibbs the consensus #1 overall pick in fantasy this year?
Pretty close. Him or Bijan Robinson. I usually don't argue when people are like, I want Bijan. Go ahead. I want Jahmyr Gibbs. The argument I would have for Bijan as the #1 overall pick in fantasy is merely this. They only have like him, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts. If you go to Detroit, you have Jameson Williams got to get the ball. Amon-Ra St. Brown's got to get the ball, right? So you've got more options. Maybe Laporta, maybe he gets the ball. Like, so you have more weapons there. But with Jahmyr Gibbs, without David Montgomery now with Houston, Gibbs should get almost everything. We're going to see if he can carry a full-time, like, Christian McCaffrey type load.
Okay. Well, over 1,200 yards for Gibbs last year, over 700 yards for David Montgomery. Again, 13 tutties for Gibbs along with 8 for Montgomery. Do we think the Broncos have their version of that? I think the idea of it would be obviously J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. I think it's fair to mention Jonah Coleman in this mix too, though, Cease.
You're talking my language right
Exactly,
there. I did the 5 smartest moves for the Broncos offseason yesterday on OBT. #1, I wanted to be Jonah Coleman. It wasn't #1. It was number 4.
Say, wow.
#1 was Jalen Waddle.
Okay.
But even during the show, I was like, I wanted Jonah Coleman to be #1 because I've been talking about him since December. I've been talking about him as the perfect fit for the Denver Broncos, and the fact that I don't want anything to knock this team off track. It's why I'm so mad about the Jonathan Cooper distraction, because it's a complete distraction. It just is. It's awful. God-awful. Last year, you weren't ready when J.K. got hurt. You should have traded for Breece Hall, could have got him for a third. You didn't do that, so when J.K. goes down, you weren't ready, and it led to the Bo injury. The Bo injury happens because you can't run the ball, and your quarterback has to do design runs, and then Joey Bosa goes to his ankle. The ankle injury for Bo Nix, I fully blame on J.K. Dobbins, 1,000%. And whether that's fair or not, this team wasn't ready when J.K. Dobbins got hurt, and he always gets hurt. Now they're ready because they've drafted Jonah Coleman, who can do his J.K. impression. Also, he's going to be the red zone back. He's going to be the third down back. He's basically replacing Tyler Bidet, but Tyler Bidet plus. It's like Disney Plus, Tyler Bidet plus, because he can do everything J.K. Dobbins can do. He's not as good as a receiver as R.J. Harvey is. R.J. Harvey with the 12 touchdowns. Listen, he's probably going to have 7, 8, 9 touchdowns this year, not 12. But as a receiver, I want him to continue to do his thing. He'll always be part of a committee. He'll never be the lead back. But now Jonah Coleman is here to work in said committee alongside R.J. Harvey doing J.K. Dobbins things. Dobbins goes down, you don't even blink an eye. Yeah, you've got the guarantee on the box, like Tommy Boy, that is Jonah Coleman. Makes you feel good. Makes you able to sleep at night because you have Jonah Coleman here.
So do you think that the combination of J.K. Dobbins and then insert Jonah Coleman or R.J. Harvey, can they live up to the expectation or be similar to that of what we saw last year with Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs,
About
little bit.
2,000 yards all
around. I think you could push for 2,300 yards. We've gone over some of the numbers. You're actually not that far away. It would basically take like 16 more yards a game. Can this rushing attack with a healthy J.K. and now with more Jonah Coleman, can this rushing attack get 16 more yards per game on the ground? It's not an outlandish number at all. 16, that's like 4 carries at 4 yards a carry. So is there 4 more carries, or are you more efficient? Is maybe J.K. Dobbins, instead of 5 yards a carry, is he like 5.3 yards a carry? Like, is that going to be something that happens this year? The offensive line staying together is so helpful, that continuity you get up front. Having J.K. Dobbins back, which I had as the number 2 smartest move for the Broncos, bringing back J.K. Dobbins, because when he's healthy, he's legit. He just doesn't stay healthy. So now you're ready with Jonah Coleman in case when J.K. gets hurt.
Where was Davis Webb promotion on this list? Did it make the list?
Off-season moves, the Davis Webb thing was in with Bo Nix. I think it was number 3.
Okay.
So there you go. And Sean Payton, George Payton extensions were number 5.
Okay, that makes sense. It's going to be interesting. I think the other question we have to ask ourselves, and the reason I bring up Davis Webb, is how does the identity of this offense change, if at all? Because we know what the numbers were last year with Bo Nix. I mean, no one dropped back to pass more as a quarterback than Bo Nix. Is it more of a balanced attack? Because you're talking about you need 4 more carries for an average of 4 yards per carry, and you get that 16-yard number that you're looking for, right? Like, what is the switch up? Like, if we're talking about J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman kind of trying to do their best Detroit Lions running back room impression, they're going to need to be able to get the ball more as well, Cecil.
Right. And that's the thing. Can they have a little bit more balance? I'm not going to say they're going to be balanced. Nobody's balanced in the NFL.
Yeah. I'll be better.
No, it won't be better. It won't be balanced. They'll continue to do their thing. I don't think Bo Nix leads the NFL in passing attempts. What you're looking for is a more dangerous and more efficient passing game, and that comes from Jalen Waddle. That comes from Cortland Sutton being one-on-one. That comes from a resurgent Evan Ingram. Listen, it seemed like, this is just a guess, it seemed like Sean Payton didn't really warm up to Evan Ingram. And, maybe that's a pretty educated guess, but I'll just say that. He didn't really warm up to Evan Ingram. I think Davis Webb's going to have zero problem warming up to Evan Ingram.
His former teammate.
And utilizing Evan Ingram, former draft classmate, same draft class for the Giants. So, I think that's where Davis Webb, you'll see a large difference because of Jalen Waddle, but I think you'll see a large difference because Webb will use tempo as a weapon. They'll use motion more. They were 31st in the league in motion. You got to use window dressing. Everybody's doing it. You have to do that. And they just didn't do that last year because they didn't get to the line of scrimmage in time to do that. I think Davis Webb will have the shorter play calls, faster kind of tempo. Even if it's not fast break, even if it's not tempo, you're at least breaking the huddle faster. Bo Nix is seeing the field more. Be able to decipher that. You need that decipher kind of area where he can look at the defense, adjust, and then call the play.
Yeah, it's interesting. I did Shapiro and Piro yesterday, and one of our topics that we went over is guys who have the most to gain and the most to lose throughout the course of training camp. And Jonah Coleman was near the top of the list of guys that have the most to gain. Because here's the thing. We would all love if J.K. Dobbins was fully healthy for the entire season, but history tells us he's going to miss a game here, a game there, if not an extended period of time. Odds are you're lucky to get to double-digit games played with J.K. Dobbins, right? If you can get 12 games in the regular season from J.K. Dobbins, that's probably considered a win. And we saw what R.J. Harvey did last year as a primary runner. I think R.J. Harvey does a really good job of kind of playing that Kamara type of role, and I'm not trying to compare him to the Saints, but that's the first guy that comes to mind.
For sure.
Who can catch out of the backfield and also run the ball a little bit, but Jonah Coleman is as close to a J.K. Dobbins clone as the Broncos have on this team in the running back. Right?
Well, and I'm glad that you brought up Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery from a year ago because my pro comp for Jonah Coleman was David Montgomery.
Look at that. Yeah, look, it's going to be fascinating. I just think Jonah Coleman, it feels like running back compared to some of these other positions has the most opportunity in their rookie season to come out here and make, a legitimate strong showing in training camp that leads to more reps in preseason and regular season. So I'm fascinated to ultimately see what Jonah Coleman will look like in this offense. I mean, he's probably, Cecil, the rookie that can make the just overall biggest impact on this team, right? Because what is Onyedem going to be? We talked about it in the last segment. I think there's some opportunities abound for defensive line, but Jonah Coleman can be a legitimate playoff contributor, regular season contributor, a la R.J. Harvey last year.
Yeah, R.J. Harvey, came in and had those 12 touchdowns and was so key in that Buffalo game. And that's the thing for me. It's when is J.K. hurt? Is J.K. hurt in the middle of the season? He's hurt at the beginning of the season. God forbid he's hurt at the end of the season. I want J.K. Dobbins available for a postseason run. And I know I offended Philip Lindsay, but get as offended as you like, birthday boy Phil. I think it is his birthday, right?
Yes.
Here's the thing. I want J.K. Dobbins healthy for the playoffs so you can use him up. Hey, J.K., here's 25 carries a game. Go win us the Super Bowl. And it's running back, and it's cruel to say it, but it's honest, and the truth isn't meant to make you feel good. Running backs are supposed to be used up. So you know what I want to do with Jonah Coleman? Jonah Coleman takes over as the starter next year, him and RJ, whatever. You know what I want to do with Jonah? Use him up. Use him up. Have him about 4 years, and then use him up. Bye. Thank you. We'll see you. On to the next one. That's what Jay-Z says.
Yeah. No, that's what the running back position has certainly evolved into over the last decade plus or so. Let us know your thoughts. Do you think the Broncos can have a two-headed monster on their hands at running back like the Lions had last year with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery? Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, as well as the YouTube chat powered by our friends over at Champ Honda. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, it's time to check our X. What's going on in the Twitter sphere? Cecil and I will tell you that next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
I've been endorsing Advanced Tax Solutions for almost a decade now because I trust them when it comes to helping people get out of jams with the IRS and back into the system. I've talked directly to clients of Advanced Tax Solutions, people who save thousands and thousands of dollars in resolutions negotiated by Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen is my guy there. He's the founder, over 30 years experience working with, negotiating with, and if necessary, battling with the IRS. Call Advanced Tax Solutions at 303-753-6040 and at AdvancedTaxSolutions.com.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's we're doing Bob's roof down the street.
And in ring 2, there's we will cover your deductible.
And in ring 3, what do I need to do to get you to sign today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, it's time to check our X here on Dover and Cecil. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Got Cecil, Alex, and Kev as well hanging out here today. You always have some interesting stuff on your X, or on, I still call it Twitter, but I guess it's check your X,
I
right?
guess my thing is well, several things. Follow me on Blue Sky. Okay, whatever. I don't need that. Also I refuse to call it X. Oh, for the love of God.
I don't refuse. It's just like literally like in
No,
my...
I just call it Twitter because it's Twitter.
Yeah, it is Twitter.
But I don't do it in sort of like I'm sticking up against Elon. Like I just think that's stupid.
No.
Follow me on Blue Sky. That's stupid.
The thing that is annoying me, did you see the new Twitter update on your phone? It's very annoying. It no longer will put your feed in chronological or your personal feed, because sometimes I'll go retweet stuff from the show, retweet stuff from the station. I like to go look at the end of the day to make sure I don't miss any comments, because I don't always have my notifications on. And now it breaks it up by retweets is its own tab, your own personal post is its own tab. So before it used to be chronological, so I'd retweet something and it would show up. It's no longer like that anymore. I have to bounce through a gazillion tabs.
Oh, okay.
So thanks, Elon. We had it so good in 2019, man.
2019 Twitter. We didn't even know.
No. So you got anything strong?
Well, what
for
was
us?
the thing you said that you had?
Oh, this is Check My TikTok. It's a niche that I went down a rabbit hole of about a week or so ago.
Okay,
I thought you'd get a kick out of this because you were talking about Mountain Dew. It's this dude who collects vintage soda cans and bottles. And he's showing off Pepsi Blue from 2001, dead stock still in the bottle. And he's there was this other one Pepsi holiday spice, things that I've never seen before. But
not even Crystal Pepsi.
No, he had a gazillion Crystal Pepsis, but it's this guy's TikTok account. He's just got all of these nostalgic the old labeling back in the day just used to be big and bright and different fonts and everything's all boring and dull these days. And it was just this rabbit hole of here's the 1994 Japanese limited edition Pepsi Honeydew, and I was just going down this rabbit hole of exotic former sodas. So not anything specific, but I probably spent a good hour of my day looking at this guy's TikTok.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes you get that, right? Sometimes you fall down these rabbit holes. It's usually some sort of vintage nostalgia. I'll go down a Three Ninjas rabbit hole once in a while, whatever it is, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Lots of ninjas in my life, not just Kawasaki ninjas. But yes, so I think I appreciate those sort of rabbit holes. And also it's one of those things when you see an old label that, a Crystal Pepsi or whatever, and you're oh, I remember that. And it's, I don't know, just nostalgic that we all look to.
Oh, what is this guy's name? Alex, you might know. The dude who drinks the Crystal Pepsi, LA Beast. Do you guys know who that is on YouTube? He does crazy food challenges.
Okay.
Well, it's a little trigger warning. I don't know if I want to put everyone onto this, but he drinks a 1990s bottle of Crystal Pepsi, and the result is pretty interesting. I'll put it that way. So my brother and I used to watch when we were younger.
Wait, because it's dead stock?
Yeah, it's actual Crystal Pepsi that's been sealed.
No, it ain't a Twinkie, girl. He's drinking 30-year-old pop.
Yeah, and he'll do that with different things.
That's not great, Bob.
Crazy. Yeah, so old YouTube, man, old YouTube before.
Old YouTube was a thing, wasn't it?
It really was.
All right, play me a thing, and I can give you something.
All right, let's go.
English mother. Do you speak it?
I always get worried with that.
Me too. I was looking for one. I don't recognize this one. I don't recognize that one, but I know this one. Let's pray.
Okay. This one, now it's ML football, which is always interesting, but Micah Parsons himself
quote
tweeted this. Trending. Green Bay Packers superstar pass rusher Micah Parsons recently admitted that he has a foot fetish and loves toes. Quote, I have a foot fetish. So they have a graphic that just says foot fetish, and it's got Micah Parsons. Now, it's ML football, so you're like, okay, bogus. And then Micah himself
quote tweeted it
and says facts. Micah Parsons with a foot fetish.
Well, Micah.
Him and Rex Ryan, huh?
Yeah, him and Rex Ryan. You know, there was some stuff about Micah at Penn State. Right, like Micah's a little an interesting character.
Yeah,
you don't kink shame though. Like, I mean, you know, if he likes feet, likes feet. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like,
and then
who am I to judge?
The internet is undefeated because they have the LeBron gif of him reacting like "woof," like, hey, when Dak goes down with an ankle injury, took his cleat off on the sideline.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
that was the look for Micah.
Yeah, that was.
I think sometimes
is it weird that he's
you
outing,
can share a little too much.
I was gonna say, is it weird that he's like confirming that? Like, he seems like he's pretty.
He's
proud
either
to have a
having
foot
fun
fetish.
with it or he's confirming it.
You think? I think he's confirming it.
I think he's
Micah
confirming
seems like
it as
a
well.
Weird guy. Like,
yeah.
Micah seems like, you know.
Oh no, there's people know he's it's beat of his own drum type of guy. But I think that in the internet in this day and age, we can know a little bit too much, and I just don't need to know that about Micah Parsons. I don't want to know about any sexual peccadillos for like
that's a word.
Anybody peccadillos. Peccadillos?
That's extreme.
Yeah, it is extreme.
Yeah.
I don't need to know that about any Broncos player. The fact that I know that now about Micah Parsons just seems odd. Just odd.
Yeah.
It was a nipple protection.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, Micah Parsons, you know, like I said, more power to you, I guess, at the end of the day. It is what it is, you know, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
All right, let's try a random one here. Let's go with Cliff Flamingos.
These flamingos.
Yeah, that's Cliff Flamingos. He's not that. You are an expert at many things. You're an expert at sports. But this one came across my Twitter timeline from you, Space Treasure 8. Me trying not to interrupt someone when they get a minor fact wrong in my hyperfocus area of expertise. So we've been, Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever, and you hear people talking about sports, or you meet people and they start talking about sports. When someone gets a minor detail wrong about, like, Sean Payton used to coach the Packers instead of the Saints or something like that. Now, that's not a minor detail. But do you ever find yourself in your area of expertise getting annoyed when someone gets something the slightest bit wrong? Because I do all the time. I actually don't really talk a lot of sports outside of this building.
Yeah, I usually actually try to tune the sports talk out, which is like not annoying, but it's like I meet someone for the first time, or like, we're more casual friends. Like all they want to do is talk sports. And like, I'll talk them, right? But it's like I'm doing that for 4 hours today, right? And then I'm going to go post about it on social media. So yes, unless it's something so egregious, I'll usually just let it slide. But if it's
something, you'll correct them.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Try not to play that card like, hey, I work in the industry, but it's actually this.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to be a, jack about it, right? But like, I'll kind of let them know.
So, Kev, when someone talks about Bo, are you doing that? You're correcting people about Bo all the time? If you're at the gas pump and someone's like, I don't think Bo Nix, will you actually go to a stranger and be like, let me tell you about Bo Nix? You don't even know about Bo.
Pull out all my notes and like, look here.
Wait, do you carry like a file? Do you have a briefcase, or is it a backpack? What is it? A
backpack.
What is it?
Backpack. Not a fanny pack.
Backpack, okay.
I have a backpack, the Drew Lock thing,
Yeah.
and then I have 3 notebooks for every category to prove why Bo Nix.
So you will correct people. Like, we let it slide. Like, whatever.
I'll sit at a gas pump with someone for 25 minutes. That's why you're wrong about Caleb Williams.
That's why I can't get gas, because Kev's out there talking about Bo Nix. I'm trying to pull up to the pump, girl. Move over. Pull up. Park it.
Yeah.
Is that a don't be that guy? Don't be the guy that stays the pump forever. You've already pumped your gas.
Yeah.
If you need to go inside, pull your car forward so someone else can use the pump. Is that proper gas station etiquette?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to know these things.
This is my new favorite Kevin Kistner image, by the way. It's just backpack over, like an alphabetized, backpack with like, we're talking about passing yards.
Files.
P. Here's what I need to
Passing
find.
yards, yes.
P is for purple. It's color coordinated too.
Oh, okay. Color coordinated.
Purple is passing yards.
Right. Okay. There you go.
I believe it.
I'm glad that you do that, Kev, and that holds up the Bo Nix tradition.
Touchdowns, teal. touchdowns.
What would Broncos country do without you, Kev?
I know.
You know, you're our savior, right? You know, you're gonna let the people know you're our law enforcement when it comes to Bo Nix.
God bless Bo Nix.
That's right. God bless Bo Nix, baby. All right, I think we hit them all.
That's a wrap.
I love it.
For
That
today's
was
Check Your X.
Yes.
No, don't call it Twitter. It's Twitter. Whatever.
It is, throw up the X, right? Whatever you want to call it, Twitter, X. Cecil's not a fan of Blue Sky. I found that out today. But we appreciate you guys. Make sure to follow us on the Denver Sports social media, though. Really helps us out. Okay, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll continue along with the sports conversation. What have we learned about the Denver Nuggets this NBA offseason? ESPN put their thoughts together. Cecil and I will debate that, and also mix in a little training camp conversation as it pertains to your Denver Broncos. That's next.
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Vacation, but I'm ready to roll.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Ready to go.
I woke up happy today. I'm like, I get to chill with my boy C's, get to see Alex, get to see Kev, right? But I'm like, okay, I got some plans tonight. Chill on the couch this weekend. Air condition. Can't wait.
Okay.
It's a good Friday.
There you go.
Hope everyone on the RamosLaw.com text line and the tribe is having
Looking
a good
down
Friday.
your nose at all the Europeans with your air conditioning.
Yes. Jake, I believe. Our good friend Jake Shapiro's in Europe. We'll
Yeah, he's in Italy or something, right?
He's from Italy right
Yeah.
now. Or he's in Italy, excuse me. All right. Let's get into a conversation. We were going to talk Nuggets. We're going to talk Nuggets here, but we're going to take it in a bit of a different angle.
New
thanks to
information,
Alex. Yes.
which is, are we sure this is right? This is
Yeah,
not a
I'm
typo.
looking at Alex, will you set this up for us based on ESPN.com?
Power
How you
rankings.
found it, the power rankings, all that
LeBron
kind of
has
stuff?
made his decision, so now ESPN can go back to covering the NBA because they had to wait and put everything on hold till LeBron makes his decision. He's going to play for the Sixers. Good luck with that, LeBron. He's not going to win anything. But now the power rankings have come out, Alex, and I actually don't believe this. I seriously don't. I don't believe that they have the Denver Nuggets where they have the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, it feels like now that we can officially move on with the NBA season, maybe we'll actually get to see what the schedule looks like now that LeBron has picked a team. They have put out a list, a power ranking of teams going into next year. I'm going through it, team by team. You kind of have an idea for what the top three is going to look like. You're going to get the Thunder, the Spurs, the Knicks kind of in any order there. I'm scrolling down. I get to team number 4, and the team that got bounced in the first round to some backups is your 4th place team in the NBA power rankings.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4.
David Adelman's still their coach, right?
Unless they have some information that we don't. Yeah, he's
Is
still the
there
head
another
coach.
press conference you're going to, AP? Like,
Yeah.
we know this. David Adelman's still their coach.
He is still their
And
coach.
ESPN's power rankings, like, low-key, I love this. Low-key, I love this. But I'm also, like, perplexed and shocked and a little dismayed at the Denver Nuggets being 4?
And they were 6 previously. Here's what ESPN.com says. They say if the Nuggets, like this makes me think it's a typo the way they frame this too.
Okay.
If the Nuggets were feeling urgency to craft a new championship formula around franchise center Nikola Jokic, they sure didn't show it in this summer. Hardaway and Valanciunas cycled out of
Number
Denver
4.
after 1 year stints, and Payton Watson remains unsigned as a restricted free agent. After 3 years of backsliding since winning the 2023 title, Denver has done nothing of consequence to reverse its negative momentum. What's the Nuggets' plan for challenging the rising Thunder and Spurs? Is this last year's copy? And I mean, it's not because they include Hardaway and Valanciunas.
And then Peyton Watson on the, getting that deal done.
But it's like, how do you say that and then put them at 4?
At 4?
Do you think they forgot to put the 1 in front of the 4?
I was
going to
say, that sounds more like a 14.
Yeah.
Let's see who's 14.
And then
on
we
this
can
list.
properly assess where should the Nuggets be.
I mean, that
Right?
would have had them behind the Lakers, the Rockets, the Heat, Toronto. For reference, the Atlanta Hawks are 14 on this list.
Okay.
They're not 14.
No,
Denver's
no.
a top 10 team.
No, so I don't think they forgot the 1 because I thought like you, Alex, like, okay, they're not 4, right? Maybe they are 4. Maybe ESPN knows everything. But like they're not 14. They're top 10, but doesn't it feel closer to 10? than it does to 4?
I
like
would
the
think
fact
so.
that Nuggets are number 4 in ESPN's power rankings is, I'm shocked. I can't believe it.
You know what's also fascinating to me is they're behind or ahead rather of the Philadelphia 76ers, who just acquired LeBron James. And it's not just because of LeBron James, it's because you're pairing that with adding Jaylen Brown, having Tyrese Maxey, having Joel Embiid, having Edgecombe. Like Philadelphia's a pretty darn good team and plays in the Eastern Conference. Like for the Nuggets to be at 4, like I don't know what credit they're trying to get, but like the terminology that the 4 Letter Network uses, backsliding. That's exactly what the Nuggets have been doing since they won the championship in 2023. Like the 4th best team. Like maybe that's their ceiling. Maybe that's their peak if everything goes right. But I can't sit here with a straight face and say the Nuggets are the 4th best team. And I'm about as homer as it gets when it comes to the Nuggets.
4th best team with the Nuggets. That seems very odd to me, Alex. So again, where are we going to put them? In our power rankings, tribe power rankings for the Denver Nuggets. They're top 10, but it just seems like they're closer to 10.
They're probably close. They're probably 7 or 8.
Okay,
that's
so
probably where I'd
let's
put
go.
them.
Let's go down the
let's
list,
do
and we'll say let's do the actual list.
So we don't disagree with Oklahoma City, San Antonio.
I disagree with the Knicks being 3.
I agree with that.
If the Knicks were 2 and you had OKC as 1, that would make some sense. But the Knicks are behind San Antonio. They beat that ass. Wemby, crybaby, freedom fries, Wemby, like you got that. That's already done.
You know, and I'm looking at this list right now, though. I'm actually not sure.
Wemby's a dirty player, too. By the way, Dover fights me on that. You can't fight me on that. Dude is
French.
a dirty player.
He's French, you know? What do you expect? We will sell you, you know? Like, they got to do something, right? I mean, they can't win a war. They got to, they got to figure it out
Okay,
somehow.
all right.
But,
I say that lovingly. Being French and Mexican means I'm a lover and a lover.
Oh, you're French?
Lamé, Lammy. We Americanized it. Lammy, it's Lamé.
Lammy. Cecil Lammy out there on the farm.
Out there on the farm.
You know he's a Frenchman?
Cecil, the fact is you got a Y and you got an F.
And the F stands for Frenchie. But still, like, you have the Spurs above the Knicks. You can't do that. You can't do that. Have the Knicks number 2. Have OKC number 1. If you want the Spurs number 3, that's right. Who's the actual number 4? If we're not saying it's the Nuggets, and I don't think any of us, Alex is the biggest Nuggets fan I know. He's not saying 4. You are the close to a Nuggets homer. You just said it yourself.
Yeah.
You're not saying 4.
And
Bro, where are they? Who's 4? Who's next? Who's the 4?
The more that I think about it, though, because, like,
Who
just
is
for
it?
reference, they've got Philly at 5.
Wait, you're not talking
Detroit
yourself into
6.
this, are you?
No, I think the Nuggets are 5. And I think the team that deserves to be ahead of them is the team that beat them in the playoffs in the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think the Timberwolves, you can make a legitimate argument as the 4th best team. I love the LaMelo Ball edition.
Should the Timberwolves be above the Nuggets? Yes. But are they 4? Are the Timberwolves? 4 doesn't seem like that.
You taking Boston, no Jaylen Brown?
Give me the list.
Okay,
Let's
so
go through the list. Who
4
are
is
we
Denver,
putting?
5 is Philadelphia, and I think the jury's still out on what Philadelphia will be. I could probably say on paper they could be better.
On paper,
but I'm
you
not
could
putting
put
them there
Philly at
definitively.
4.
And it's funny, my guy Matt Moore, Hardwood Paroxysm, I just saw him on a commercial break when I was tweeting, or I was on Twitter. Like, this time, this day in April could be the day that the Philadelphia 76er fan is booing LeBron off the court in his last game ever in the NBA. So, like, let's not act like LeBron going to Philly is going to be like this, like...
Yeah, but right now, you can't say the Nuggets are 4 or even 5,
No.
brother. I got to fight you on the 5 thing.
Philly 5, you think they're better than Detroit? I think the Nuggets are better than Detroit. I don't think that's that crazy.
Alex, let's talk about it.
Okay, so when you look at Detroit, let's go point guard battle here. Are you taking Cade Cunningham and Jamal Murray?
You're taking Cade
I
Cunningham.
take Cade Cunningham.
You're taking Cade Cunningham.
Almost everything after that, though, I might go Denver.
That's where I'm kind of
It's close. It's a lot closer than you'd think. I don't know if I can. From what I saw last year, I don't know if what my eyes saw.
Does Cunningham elevate into superstar level?
Absolutely. Can Jalen
That's my
Duren take
thought.
that next leap as well?
Right.
From everything that my eyes saw last year, I just cannot, in good confidence and good faith, put the Denver Nuggets in the top 5 of the NBA. The way that they flamed out, the way that they have done nothing. David Adelman is still your head coach, and you're going to tell me that this is a top 5 team in the NBA? I can't do that.
Top 5, but they're 5th. Who's your 5th team if it's not Denver? Because it's not OKC, San Antonio, New York. Solidified.
Out of the way.
Right?
Where's Miami at?
I think I'm taking,
That roster's not complete.
That's what I'm saying. I think Denver's a better team right now than Miami. I think Denver's a better team right now than Cleveland. Detroit. Like, I mean, I know that's a
Where's
crazy
Golden
thing
State?
to say.
Where's the Lakers? Like, let's discuss all of this.
They are better than Golden State. They're better than the Lakers. They're better than the Clippers. Like, that's the thing. And, like, just to bring it back to kind of like this modern conversation and less about the list, like, you and I were talking earlier, it's like, how are we okay with this? How are we okay with what the Nuggets are doing? We're sitting here and we're making an argument for them to be a top 5 team in the NBA. It's not like they're 15. It's not like they're 10. And I thought this list was kind of crazy, but the more that I think about it, I'm like, am I in a 7-game series, am I taking the Nuggets or am I taking the Cavs? I'm taking the Nuggets. In a 7-game series, am I taking them or am I taking Detroit? I'm taking the Nuggets. There's 4 teams I'm not taking the Nuggets right now. San Antonio, Oklahoma City, the Knicks,
and Minnesota.
And maybe Philly.
Maybe Philly. Okay, so they're probably 6th instead of 4th.
Which, like, yeah, probably.
Okay.
Somewhere 4, 5, 6 in that range, I think you're okay with. But
if you want to argue for them being top 4, I'll hear it, man.
No, I mean,
but
like,
here's the problem: where you're saying that, oh well, we're complaining about them being a top 5 team. They're still a top 5 team. That's awesome. You're not going to win a championship as a top 5 team, and that's where the problem
But
is.
let's not act like this team is also like light years away from contending. Like, they're going to be a contender. It's just not a surefire.
Well, the thing is they have to have most everything. All the stars have to align for the Denver Nuggets to make a run. We said it earlier in the show, and I stick by my story. Half-baked. I say this, like, they have to have all the stars aligned properly. They have to stay healthy. I don't want to be a doomsayer, but are they going to stay healthy? Are the Denver Nuggets going to be healthy at the right time?
Aaron Gordon and J.K. Dobbins are very similar in the sense of at this point in their career. J.K.'s always been hurt, but, like, Aaron Gordon's
AG is
going to
be that.
Like, I've talked about with Jake is, like, you're lucky to get 55 games from AG
55?
at this point.
35?
I think you'll get more than 35.
Are you sure? At 100%. 100% AG. We're going to get 100% AG for like 30 games.
What do you play this year?
And 20 games with AG where he's like 75%, right? Because he's going to play through injury. But are they going to stay healthy? Probably not. Are they going to have better defensive effort? Who's the backup big, right? Without Valanciunas. Who's shooting all the threes?
Like it made a difference,
my man Julian Strother, I love him. He's not ready to be THJ. He's not ready to do that.
Well, he needs to if he wants another contract.
Yeah, I mean, I know he does, but are you feel confident in Julian Strother?
Let's also not forget how bad THJ was in that playoff series against Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Like, let's not forget
do
that.
shooters get cold or not?
They do, but I'm just saying.
We gotta stop acting
we
like
want to sit here and say
THJ.
Tim Hardaway Jr. Oh my God, like we're gonna miss him
Yeah,
so
but
much.
we
You're
also
gonna miss
don't want
him.
to say Del Curry got cold. Hell, Steph gets cold once in a while. But it's like you can't say a shooter going cold is like, well, that means he sucks. No, THJ was a great part for this team.
Let's stop making THJ out to be prime, Nuggets version of KCP.
Who
that's all I'm trying to say.
Who replaces it?
It's going to have to be Julian Strother.
I love Strother, and it ain't Strother. I love Strother,
but that's what it's going to be. And you're going to need Trevor Brazile to try to make an impact as a rookie. Like, we'll see what happens with KJ Simpson, on a two-way. Look, the Nuggets are living on a prayer. Like, what the Nuggets have done this year is they're losing a lot of their second-line backups, and they're asking their third-string players to become their second-string players. It's a terrible, scary proposition. But when you have Nikola...
So why are they 4 or 5? Seriously, why are they 4 or 5?
Because that's how good Nikola Jokic still is. And that's how good
Jamal Murray
was last year.
Are people going to attack him again? Look at what Minnesota did with youth and athleticism.
But you're asking why they're 4 or 5, not why they're not going to win a championship. They're 4 or 5 because they're still a good team. They're just not that
I didn't
elite
say they
team.
weren't a good team. I just think they're closer to 10 than they are 4. And you put them 1 spot behind? Come on.
Give me 5 teams you put ahead of them.
Come on. Let's go through the list.
Cleveland, yes or no? You don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it.
Cleveland.
I'll say yes, just to stick up to my point.
Detroit.
Yes, Cade Cunningham.
Over Jokic? And that team? Okay. Boston, no Jaylen Brown.
Boston, no Jaylen Brown, it's no.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of, I think Minnesota's an easy one. You think the Lakers are better than the Nuggets right now? No.
Put a pin in it.
The Clippers?
No. Aren't they investigating Kawhi now? Seriously?
Well, yeah, that's a whole other thing here.
5 miles west to Kawhi's tree farm.
You want to make an argument for Houston? I could hear you out.
Houston, yeah.
Fred VanVleet's going to be healthy.
Yeah.
But no, it's interesting. Let us know your thoughts, guys, on this one.
Where's Golden State at for you? Like Golden State, the Lakers,
Golden
Houston.
State's like a fringe top 15 for me at this point.
Okay.
Like they're not good.
Okay.
They're not. It's the corpse of Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
But I think the West getting better, the Nuggets running it back, and then, as you mentioned, having third-tier guys have to be second-tier guys, like my man Julian, like Strother. I love Strother. He's just too wildly inconsistent right now. But it's like you have other teams. you need to look at and say, hey, Joker's awesome. Doesn't play defense, but he's awesome. Is he awesome enough to make this team the 4th best team in the NBA? Again, they're top 10. They are top 10. They're probably 7. Can we find a middle ground? I just don't think they're 4 or 5. I don't think they're 4 or 5 at all.
I think they're 4, 5, or 6. I think they're somewhere in that. I would agree. I think 4 is their peak, but I don't think they're as bad as we all make them out to be. And again, like, I'm a guy who's been ripping them apart left and right for how they've handled this.
I don't think we, and by we I mean me and you too, I'm going to blame you, pointing the finger, right? I'm Sophie Cunningham. I'm pointing the finger at you. Get as offended as you like. I'll say this. No one's saying they're bad. We're just saying they're not going to win a championship, and that's sickening.
Right. And I agree with
that. That's disgusting.
Yeah. It is.
That you would have the best player in your franchise history, and you don't do more to put more around him because second apron and, save some money, flexibility next year, whatever. Like, it's disgusting to me that they would be 4, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there.
6, 7.
And not a championship contender. Let us know. YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda. Let us know. I want to hear from you. By the way, I have to remind everybody that this week, my friends at Champ Honda have their annual Champ sale, where a percentage of each vehicle sold will go directly to Children's Hospital Colorado Burn Unit. It's your chance to save big on the best prices while supporting a great cause. That is Champ Honda sale going on now through July 25th. Go there, and a portion of every vehicle sold percentage will go directly to Children's Hospital Colorado Burn Unit. It's a great cause.
Love that. Be sure to check out our friends over at Champ Honda. Let's switch gears here to a team that we feel like has a real opportunity to win a championship this season. That, of course, being the Denver Broncos. And obviously, we're still a long ways away from the Super Bowl, the playoffs, even the regular season. But I want to do a little thought exercise with you. I did this with Dante Gomez last night. I've talked about it with some of the fellas here at the station, but I have not had the opportunity to run it by you.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about Jonah Coleman today. We've talked about Jonah Ellis as well. Big year for the Jonas on the Denver Broncos. But you can include those two
Jonas
names. Who are some players on the Broncos that you think stand to have the most to gain in training camp? Like, a good training camp means this for that player.
Okay, a good training camp for Evan Ingram means we're going to see Evan Ingram do more. You know what I mean?
Does a bad training camp for Evan Ingram means he doesn't make the team? Is that a possibility?
No. I don't think so.
I would agree.
I mean, anything is possible. KG said that.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. Can you imagine Lil Kevin Kistner? Lil Kiss My Stats. You probably didn't even cuss back then, Kev.
Stats.
Kiss My Stats. That's his new nickname because it's not Chicken Fingers anymore. Change your bio, Kev. But you imagine Lil Kevin Kistner run around North Bend or Thornton? I always forget.
Thornton.
Okay. Wait, Dover doesn't like Thornton.
Why?
Dover said growing up there was a rivalry between Thornton and Northglenn.
Okay.
I think it's the high schools. Like, I grew up in Thornton, but I didn't go to Thornton High. I went to Horizon.
Oh, we've heard some, Horizon.
Yeah.
What stories there?
What an establishment.
yes. We got a daycare.
But as a little kid running around in your KG uniform, right? Your KG jersey. Anything's possible. You're probably voice cracking. You probably, didn't have any facial hair yet.
Possible.
Anything's possible. I'm Kevin, just like him.
I had the green Celtics shoes. I had the warm-up. I had the Celtics jersey.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Kevin Bird over here, bro. Larry Legend back in the day.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Anything's possible, but I don't think Evan Ingram gets cut. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think so either. I don't think
they move on from Evan Ingram. But if you mention just a training camp, now if you mention the entire season, it's Riley Moss because Riley Moss is going to get paid next year if he balls out. But if we just say who needs a great training camp, I'll go back to the guy that I want everyone a week from now. I want everyone to know this name, Johnny Walker. I'm going to go back to that as a backup pass rusher, like the Jonathan Cooper thing. Maybe Cooper does not or is not allowed to practice. Maybe he does not practice. We don't yet know. And maybe he does, and this whole conversation is moot. But I'm going to look at a guy like behind Jonah Ellis, behind Q Robinson. They have a very talented pass rusher in Johnny Walker, who was just hurt last year as a rookie. So for me, what changes the math? Right now, today is July 24th. Kevin Kistner, you and I and Alex and AP.
Hello.
I think all of us could put together the 53-man roster right now with probably like 95, 97% accuracy. Do we agree, Kev?
1,000%.
Yeah.
I'd hope
so. Here's the thing. There's going to be some player, maybe it's Torrin York, undrafted inside linebacker from Texas A&M. So, like, somebody's going to change the math. And that's why we need to look at these kind of fringe guys. If you're going to toss it to me like who is training camp, like changes the narrative, It's not the guys we already know. Hey, shocking. Tyler Onyedam's going to make the team, everybody. Like, we already know that. Wazirike, Savion Jones, whatever. I'm looking at the guys that straight need it, to quote Chase and Amy, I think. Like, straight need it. I'm looking at the guys that straight need to have a big training camp. To me, that is a player like a Johnny Walker. Like, that's a type of guy that can go. Our math could be different. Right now, all four of us, and even out there in Broncos country, almost all of us could put together the 53-man roster right now. It's a month away from when they're going to do that, but it's just like we know who's making the team. Who changes the math? Who's the math changer, the game changer for themselves? I think that's fringe players. I can't tell you right now if Johnny Walker is going to make the team or not. Hell, there's probably a lot of people out there just hearing the name Johnny Walker for the first time, which is unfortunate because the kid's a stud. He can play. He can rush the passer. And this Cooper thing, again, total distraction, total pain in the ass. This Jonathan Cooper situation, just a mess, just an absolute mess for the Broncos in a Super Bowl window. I'm looking at the backup guys, and I'm going, a guy like that could make some plays, and all of a sudden we talk about a training camp, we talk about a preseason, and all of a sudden that changes the math. My man C.J. Anderson, you remember C.J.?
Of course.
His rookie season, undrafted out of Cal, old tubby C.J., and I say that lovingly. My old bowling partner. What's up, C.J.? He had one game against Seattle. Kev, if you don't mind, look up that game for me, please. His first preseason game. As a rookie, he had one preseason game against Seattle. He had like 50 yards or whatever. Hurt his knee. Remember, undrafted. But in one game and a training camp, he hurt his knee in the first preseason game, made the 53. Didn't make the practice squad. They didn't cut him. C.J. Anderson made the 53. He changed the math.
Yep.
So what you're asking me, this isn't a Riley Moss conversation. That's a different conversation. But when you ask me who has that training camp that changes what we say about them, it is the fringe guys because they have talented fringe players that could make plays, and all of a sudden, this is a guy that's on the 53-man roster when a month ago, basically today, we never would have guessed that. And that's what I love about training camp because I pretty much know who's going to make the team, but who surprises us, that's what I'm going to be watching for. Who's the pecking order, who's establishing themselves, who's rising up the depth chart, who's falling on the depth chart. These are the things we're going to watch in training camp starting next week.
I think you're right. And when I kind of look at it that way, right, like it's the lesser known names. Like who's going to be like a receiver, that way we're not thinking about it. I know there's a lot of conversation around Marvin Mims, right? But like could Hakeem Butler come out and have a really good training camp and maybe force the hand of the
love Butler
Broncos?
when he came out of college. So the fact that, and listen, the UFL, some people might be like, UFL. That's where Dondrea Tillman came from.
Yeah.
And Tillman led the team in interceptions last year as a backup pass rusher. Dondrea Tillman can ball. He could for the Birmingham Stallions. And I know it was a few months ago, Dover was making fun of me because he's like, what'd you do? And I'm like, I'm watching UFL. And he's like, why are you doing that? I said, because I want to see if there's anybody like Dondrea Tillman. I want to see who are the guys that can play. And Hakeem Butler is certainly one of those guys. So you mentioned that, like, who has this training camp? We might be talking about a Johnny Walker, a Hakeem Butler. Butler, honestly, I'd probably make Butler tight end, but he's a big-bodied receiver.
Right.
He's got a great wingspan, got some speed. Like, that's a player that could change the narrative. We don't think right now Hakeem Butler's going to make the 53.
But is that a
He
guy
could
with a
change that.
good training camp that can force the hand? Like, do they look to trade Marvin Mims or someone along those lines if Hakeem Butler, pans out potentially? Like, we didn't think that what would happen with Tim Patrick when he eventually got healthy. Devon Bailey, I think, came as a big surprise to a lot of people last year as well. Like, are we due for another one of those situations throughout the course of training camp? We'll see. I look at linebacker as well. You look at Kareem Reed, Lavelle Bailey, right? I think behind Alex Singleton and Justin Cernad, they're probably going to make the team because they're so thin at that position. But, Red Murdoch even. Like which one of these guys maybe forces the Broncos hand at linebacker as well? Like, I like the way you're looking at that because I think there's guys, we could talk Troy Franklin, we could talk Riley Moss as well.
Yeah.
But there's difference makers that it's going to be a domino effect of roster decisions if they perform well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they perform well, you can control the narrative. Makes people uncomfortable, but it's true in football and in life. Like, you control the narrative, better choices, better results. And, like, there's somebody that's going to come, quote unquote, out of nowhere and really kind of take us by storm. And I'm excited to see that. Is it a Reese Taylor at the cornerback position? Like, who is it? who is it that does a little bit more than we were expecting? And all of a sudden we're talking about this guy forced his way onto the 53. This guy was so good. And Karene Reed, I'm glad you brought up Karene Reed. He's also a possibility there at backup inside linebacker with Red Murdoch, as you mentioned. There's Jordan Turner still kicking around.
Yep.
He's flashed in the preseason. So training camp, listen, I know that it's run it back, and we're going to concentrate on Jalen Waddle and Bo Nix, and this is awesome. Evan Ingram, this is awesome. It's incredible. Some of these reserve guys, very interesting. Hey, Drew Sanders. Drew Sanders straight needs a big training camp, right? Like, I think there's quite a list here. Kev, that sounds like an article you write at DenverSports.com. I just get Kev. Kev already has a ton of work, and all I do every day is like, here's more, Kev. Here's more,
on your
Kev.
plate, Kev. Look
Here's
at this
more.
stat. Look at this game.
And Kev says, kiss my stats.
There you go. I love it. Let us know your thoughts. RamosHot.com text line and the YouTube chat powered by our friends over at Schomp Honda. Who do you think has the most to gain throughout the course of Broncos training camp? All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, Deion Sanders is trying something new with his Colorado Buffaloes. Will that actually result in anything for them on the football field? Wins and losses? We'll talk about that next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh over here. I got to talk to you about how we're living these days. How I want to be a modern day male. And I talk about it all the time. We admire our fathers, our grandfathers, but I don't know that we all want to look like them. Those big bellies that they seem to develop. What are you going to do about it? As you get a little bit older, your body starts to break down. You start to lose your testosterone because your body stops producing it as much. About 3 years ago, I started to feel these way. Body starting to go in the wrong direction. Brain fog in the morning. One of the worst things was my libido was going away. Found out, thanks to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it all has to do with my T levels. My testosterone was down. I set up my first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, went in, they drew my blood, told me what my T and PSA levels were, and then gave me some options. One of the options was to sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. I said, yeah. They gave me a pain-free booster shot that day for free. They waived the $99 appointment fee, and then I had everything set up coming to my house. Now my T levels are where they're supposed to be. Sex drive is back. Energy is up. Brain fog is gone. And that's all available for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado's hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn a few missing shingles or a small leak into costly water damage, mold, and even a full roof replacement. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust the experts at Colorado's Best Roofing. They provide honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service to keep your home or business protected. Schedule your free roof inspection today. Visit roofingcolorado.com.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Silta Harmonic
Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales Event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Don't guess on major HVAC, plumbing, or electric repairs. Get a free second opinion and same-day service from Fix It 24/7. Honest answers, fast help. Visit fixmyhome.com today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Danilo Piro in for Josh Dober alongside Cecil Lammy. Hope everyone is doing well out there in and around the Mile High City. Let's keep the conversation going. We'll go to the collegiate ranks here, though, for the Colorado Buffaloes, where Deion Sanders and CU are doing something different this year. And the question is, will it have any impact on how they play in the regular season? According to Brian Howell, Colorado football is doing something that they haven't done before, which is spending the first week of preseason camp in Colorado Springs rather than Boulder. There's no public access, but this is a week and an opportunity rather for the Buffs to bond as a team as they open up camp. Is this a good thing, a bad thing? No distractions, change of scenery.
Yeah.
It feels kind of like when the Broncos obviously used to do training camp in Greeley, but kind of like get out of your comfort zone a little bit to get ready for the season.
Did you see what Jake Shapiro tweeted from Italy or whatever?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, Jake went on and on about that. But Jake's, Deion's not his guy.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes me trust Jake's opinion on the Colorado Buffaloes because he's not this, Deion Sanders homer where it's like everything he does is gold. He could probably stop spending the money to get him to go down there. You know what I mean? Like, is it different? Yes. Is it, something that could help him out? I suppose. Is Deion Sanders going to be a better coach or not? Does this help him be a better coach? Like in-game, be a better coach?
Not in-game, but I think it could help him build some maybe rapport with his team.
Was he having trouble doing that?
Building rapport?
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like he wasn't connected to his team at all last year.
Well, isn't he paid to do that? I'm going to go back to the salary thing. I know you might take some issue with that, but, dude, if you're a top 5 paid college football coach and you're Signetti, you think Signetti's connecting? Right. Does he connect?
Yes, he is connected.
Yeah, why isn't Deion? He's top 5 paid head coach. Why isn't he connecting?
I hear what you're saying. I think you're spot on, too.
You got to spend more money to go to Colorado Springs to connect?
No. The one thing with Deion that I think is unlike the others is, like, Deion is like a celebrity coach, right? And, like, I just feel like it's a different approach.
I don't want a celebrity coach then.
I agree, but I'm just saying I think it's a different approach to the game than a Signetti or a Kirby Smart or a who's the clown up in Kiffin, LSU, right? Like it's a much different approach, right?
A clown, Kiffin, it's similar, right?
But look, do I think this is actually going to do anything for the Colorado Buffaloes? No, I really don't. But I guess you got to try something after last year, right?
Yeah, you got to try something.
Like there is something about like brotherhood. Like I think about like
Is it Remember the Titans? What's the one with Denzel? Is that Remember the Titans?
Remember the Titans, yeah.
Like, they start out like they go to like the camp out in the middle of the
Leave
woods.
no
and all
doubt.
That. Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right? And like that was kind of like and this is a Hollywood production, so I'm not comparing that necessarily to what college football might be in this day and age. But like
Right.
that was pretty formative in kind of bringing that team together. And obviously, like this is an old story where there's race stuff and all that and whatnot. But like there is something about like even when I was playing youth ball and different like I remember my senior retreat in high school, like this is like the type of bonding thing. I'm sure the managers here at our business do a retreat every year.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah.
Right? Like so like I don't think what the Buffs are doing is anything unusual. I don't think they're reinventing the wheel. I think they're just trying to do something different to try to get this team on pace.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, then it's a results-based business. Just tell me, show me the baby. Don't tell me about the birthing process. Like, just show me the baby.
Oh, you don't want to know about
I don't want to know about Colorado Springs, and I don't want to know about they needed to get away, and it's building and
But
bonding,
what if
they're
the-
doing zip lines, and they're at Cheyenne Mountain Zoo or whatever. Like,
Look, I don't
baby,
think-
are they going to win more than 6 games?
I don't think this is going to happen. Let's just, for conversation's sake, let's say they do go on this magic carpet, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? And they find themselves in a Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't think is going to happen. But, like, let's say they do. And let's say, somehow, some way they do win the Big 12. Or they're at
I'll
least
do
in
the
game.
Jalen Brunson thing. It's okay to think about the best possible outcome.
100%. I could already hear the quotes when we think about, that time in Colorado Springs that we spent before the season, played a big role in this. Like, I don't think what they're doing is anything egregious. Like, I understand, like, the money, spend more money. I get that as well. Like, what do you want them to do? Just sit around in Boulder and just, do what they've been doing that hasn't worked, the entire time they've been there, except for 1 year with Travis and Shedeur?
So, okay, I'll say this. Why do you do this? To connect with his players. Is there something wrong? Is this a move of desperation, or is this a move of just like, hey, let's try something different?
No, I think it's a move of, hey, let's try something different. And again, like, this is a move that, like, Fortune 500 companies do. Like, this isn't like the Buffs, like, it's not like they're going out to, tribe land.
Fortune 500
and,
companies
eating
make money.
mushroom, like, and, like, doing all this kind of stuff, right? Like, it's not like anything crazy. It's
They
not
make money
extreme.
on the Buffs up in Boulder? Like,
That's a Jay
Colorado
Shapiro
football?
question. Yeah, I think
that's
they got to make some money. They gotta
Okay.
make some money.
All right.
Although I will say it was pretty depressing to see Folsom Field at the end of last year, man. I went to every single CU Buffs game, and that was a sight to see.
I
put it that way.
think the surface level stuff for this news story is somewhat interesting, right? Hey, new stuff. They're going to Colorado Springs. It's just like Greeley. Okay. But you know what happened when they get done with Greeley? They'd go kick-ass double live Gonzo. Mike Shanahan, those guys ready. Is Deion Sanders going to do that? That's my whole thing comes back to how does Deion be a better coach? He's a celebrity coach. Yeah, okay. But I need X's and O's. And that's part of his job description, whether it's the lower part of his job description, whether it's the least talked about part of his job description. I need Deion Sanders to be a better in-game coach. Maybe Brendan Marion and this go-go offense this solves everything, right? But that's the thing. Tell me this makes them better. Tell me, for the love of God, this gets them to at least 6 wins. Because you put 6 as the number, and I agree with that number.
Yeah.
That's a fair number for Colorado this year. If they don't reach 6 wins, which is pathetic, by the way, but if they don't reach 6 wins, then we're talking massive changes in Boulder. We're talking Juju gone. We're talking Deion gone. Brendan Marion, maybe their head coach. Like,
can Colorado afford to move on from Deion Sanders? Can they afford that buyout? Like, they might be stuck with him.
He's not worth the money.
I would agree.
I
but
said it earlier.
Like,
He's not worth the
Colorado ain't going to be LSU, right? Where Brian Kelly, we've had enough of you. Get out of here. We're bringing in Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a far cry when it comes to expenses and everything else that kind of comes with it. Look, when they hired Deion Sanders in the first place, I mean, it was a risk, right? And I think there was a little bit of a reward. I mean, you got a Heisman Trophy winner in here. You were like the most.
There was definitely a reward.
Yeah, like it's not like it's been all bad, but I think that's what makes this season so pivotal. So again, like to me, it's less about Deion taking the team down to Colorado Springs and what is that going to do for morale. It's more so like they're trying something different. Anytime Deion does something different, it's going to be in the news, and hopefully the Buffs are better for it. Like that's. I don't think this is going to decide like. The work that happens in Colorado Springs might have an impact in what this team is during the season, but it's not going to be the end-all, be-all of how successful they are. But it does start now.
Yeah. I would say this. There's a few things I don't want to hear. Let's do this because, again, surface-level story. They're in Colorado Springs.
Yay.
You're either going to say, yay, Deion, because he figured it out, or you're going to say, they're spending money, whatever. So let's do it from the apophatic view. What do I not want to see? What do I not want to see? I don't want to see Deion Sanders going after a reporter. I mean, he went after Arnie. For the love of God,
Yeah,
Arnie Stapleton
Arnie
is like the
Stapleton.
nicest guy ever.
My guy Arnie.
And then he like tries to correct him. Like, what do you mean? Like, Dion, please, for the love of God, don't be so damn sensitive with the reporters that are great people, great men like Arnie Stapleton. Like, I don't want to see Dion do that. I don't want to see. I just want to see wins. I want to see Julian Lewis look good, and I don't want to see this team look like it did last year, which was basically what you and I agreed to: disorganized. They didn't look like a football team last year.
No,
I can't see that this year. If Colorado Springs helps that, then let's all Colorado Springs campus, right? Boulder, CU, Colorado Springs campus. Let's make it happen.
I'm with you. And again, I think this could be hopefully the start of, I'm not going to say something special, but the start of just looking passable, right? Like,
Foolishness.
Like right now, the Colorado Buffaloes are looking to be like a C grade in school, right? Like last year they were an F,
C.
D. Like, but they need to get back to, they got to be passing, right?
Yeah.
6-6, like a 500 record.
They're
is
not
passing
eligible
me.
to play.
No, exactly. So we'll see if Colorado Springs makes any difference here. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll continue along with the conversation. Plenty of nuggets to get into. We'll mix in a little Avalanche as well. And, of course, get back to the Denver Broncos. That's next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We here in the sports world love talking about dynasties. Denver Deck Builders works with a dynasty of their own. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains.
Trex has been the most common. It was the first composite. It's been the most common one. It's over 50% of the market. They have a great product. It's the most durable product that I've used on my own deck in my own backyard. Trex is probably our biggest hitter.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. You may be wondering why a banker is talking about planting and not savings accounts. Well, these seeds got me thinking. Growing something new doesn't just happen in the garden. Alpine Bank can help you do that to your life too. Maybe starting a business is on your mind. Is fresh landscaping or a backyard patio something you'd like? When you have a minute, call or visit Alpine Bank. Tell us about your summer plans. Together we can plant seeds and see exciting things grow. Just like my sunflowers. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on
Iron Maiden.
Yeah, you know, half the time when I'm listening to the radio, like music, like not sports talk or just my own Spotify, I'm like, you know what, this would be good bumping music. You know, but like sometimes I wonder how much they want us to like let it ride here. Like that was one that I think was.
Yeah, you got to a little bit.
What am I supposed to do? Like talk in the middle of that guitar solo?
No, not at all.
You know, and I feel like the Tribe, you know, all down for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Iron Maiden. You ever seen them live?
No. Actually, one of my all-time favorites that I have not seen live.
That'd be a good one. You were talking yesterday about Metallica. I heard you and Will.
Yeah.
Well, I like me some Metallica.
Okay, good.
It's always the good stuff, man. You have a favorite genre of the rock? Is like the hard rock that you're into?
Bay Area thrash metal.
I didn't even know that was a subgenre.
It is.
Bay Area thrash
Bay
metal.
Area thrash metal. So San Francisco-based bands like Metallica, like Testament, right? Death Angel, stuff like that.
Very nice. Yeah, the closest I think I've seen, I've never seen Metallica. I saw Slipknot once live. And I was riding the rail for that. Riding the rail on the floor.
Oh my God!
Fighting for my life. Like
you got 12 guys on stage and masks playing drums.
Like, it was crazy. So I love the live music, man. I go back and forth. Like I said, anytime I hear like a good song like that, I'm like, that is excellent bumping music from Mr. Alex behind.
I do that, and I think of drops. Like when I'm watching Archer and Outlaw Country. Like I'm like, why don't we have that drop? I think I've already sent it as a drop, but still, like. I do that with drops and bumper music. Like, how can we use this on the radio?
I love it. It's it's like performance theater sometimes when you do the radio, right? It's like the one. I know people watch us on YouTube. We appreciate everyone watching on YouTube. Hello, everybody on the YouTube chat as well, powered by our friends over at Sham Honda. But a majority of our listeners, I think, are still in the ear. It's a different form of communication that I feel like is a lost art. But I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, happy to do it. Happy to have you here, and happy to talk about what's going on with the world of sports, including the Denver Broncos.
Yes, well, let me tell you real quick about what's going on in the world of T-shirts. Tomorrow from noon to 1 p.m., world of T-shirts, baby. It's the next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. We'll be at International Hot Tubs, located at 2660 East County Line Road. Oh my gosh, I can't say that. 2660. There we go. East County Line Road in Littleton. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, just head to DenverSports.com/shirt. I don't know why that one was a tongue twister for me. It's because Alex whispered in my ear, says, you got to do this, Anilo. Now the pressure was on for the read. But the pressure is certainly on for the Denver Broncos, man. Training camp. When it comes to biggest,
the first couple of days are always interesting, right? And the pads come on, but it's like you get to those dog days of training camp pretty quickly. Like I feel like the first week or so, it's like that first week of school, where you're like excited to kind of get back in the mix, and then reality kind of sets in. And there's only so much work you can get done, right? They don't have a joint practice this year. We know what's up with the preseason games as well. With a Broncos team that was as successful as they were last year, with their 14 wins and the 1 seed in the AFC, obviously we know the Jonathan Cooper stuff. Bo Nix is healthy. Like, what are the main focuses for you? Because last year, I think it was about furthering developing Bo, right? And working on this offense and making sure the defense is great. But the fact that I can't say climbed the mountaintop all the way, but you got pretty darn close. You could see the peak. I feel like the perspective maybe changes a little bit.
Yeah, perspective changes because now you are no longer the hunter. You're the hunted. Is Denver going to surprise anybody this year?
What is the definition of surprise, though?
Like,
I think, because here's the thing. I
win
think
14 games, right? Like, when you look at the schedule last year, how many teams did we go into that week and, like, no, they're not ready for the Broncos? I think this year, every single opponent, not just those first 6 weeks, because those first 6 weeks are amazing. You're going to have top-quality teams, Super Bowl contenders themselves, in every single one of those teams. Your first 6 weeks are against 6 other Super Bowl contenders. But I don't think the Broncos are sneaking up on anybody this year. And because of that, the narrative changes, the focus changes, and the approach changes. I think your approach in training camp now is the target is on your back. You were the number 1 seed in the AFC. Some people think you're a fluke, but not real NFL people. Some people who are in the media, like Manti Te'o or whatever, they think the Broncos are a fluke. Whoever, name anybody, Mina Kimes, whoever. The Broncos are a fluke. Okay, Ben Solak. The Broncos are a fluke. Sure. Real NFL teams don't think that. Now, last year, did they kind of not really know where Bo Nix was at and like what to really expect? Now you know Bo Nix is clutch. Now you know they can make comebacks. Now you know already the defense you already knew about. But still, like, you're not sneaking up on anybody. You are the hunted now. The target is clearly on your back if you're the Denver Broncos. You have to approach this thing differently. In fact, you have to be your best because you're not the sneaky, like plucky, we can make a comeback. You're the team now where they're going to say, you know what opponents are saying? Right now, do you know what opponents are saying? They're saying, hey, Denver can come back if we're only up by 7. Let's be up by 13. Let's be up by 14. Let's be up by 17. You're going to see an accelerant put on an opponent offensively, and they're going to attack the Broncos' defensive weaknesses, which they do have. Broncos' defense is top 5 in the league. They still have weaknesses, and so you're just going to go back to the well and back to the well and back to the well and attack those weaknesses because you know that you can't keep it close. If you keep it close, Bo Nix is beating your ass. So opponents are going to have more aggressive approach with the Broncos, which means you need to be ready for that. You're not going to luck your way into 11-2 record in 1-score games. That doesn't happen this year.
Yeah, and I think Denver's going to have some counters, but I think also, like, Kevin, cover your ears if you don't want to hear this part. But like, I think Bo Nix was a really good quarterback last year, but let's not act like he was perfect, right? Like, I think Bo in and of himself has some things to work on, right?
You just made the list!
Yeah, I just made the list. There we go. But like, when you talk about like, teams are going to counter what the Broncos were successful. I'm going to try to spin this into a positive. What they know Bo Nix was able to do last year, but if Bo Nix continues to grow and develop and mature as a quarterback throughout the course of this season, there's things that maybe other teams aren't even game planning for because they haven't seen Bo do it on a consistent basis.
Well, and this is what we'll talk more about Tuesday, Kev, because Tuesday we're really going to go after what Manti Te'o said about Bo Nix.
Just bring up his girlfriend.
But what he did is he said that, hey, Bo Nix, everything centers on Bo Nix. And Kev, in this conversation, Kev, that's where it's like that part is true because you're not sneaking up on anybody. But if Bo Nix is more advanced than you even know, and I believe he will be because of Jalen Waddle, because of his own natural growth as a player, Kevin, I think that Bo Nix being better than expected is the difference maker, even though the Broncos are hunted now.
And what did I say earlier in the week? What did Bo tell me he wants to do?
Win MVP.
There you go. Win MVP, you're fine. Then you've proven everyone wrong once again.
I don't think they would accept that. Like, that's the thing. It's like, for whatever, I mean, yeah, at that point, there'd be a level of respect that kind of comes with it. But again, like, it blows my mind. Like, is Drake May that much of a better quarterback than Bo Nix? Like,
no.
like that whole narrative to me,
he's
like,
not better.
It blew my mind. I think you could have an argument about that. I think you could. Like, if someone wants to say, but like, let's not act like the gap is 50 players different like it is on the NFL Top 100 or whatever it might be. Jake and I got into a screaming match about this last week, and it was theatrical. It really was. But, like, Bo Nix is right where you want him to be as a quarterback. I mean, you're talking about a guy 2 years into his career, playoff AFC Championship game appearance, and if he's not hurt, a Super Bowl appearance more likely than not, right? And so, to me, it's about making sure that he's healthy, getting that offense dialed in under Davis Webb. And you know what? We'll hit this in the next segment, too. There's the training camp period. It was obviously extremely important for a lot of these players, but I think this is a massive training camp for Davis Webb, not just because it's his first as a play caller, but because of what lies ahead for the Denver Broncos. But I think in kind of closing with training camp overall, Cecil, it's time for them to kind of hone in on their craft and build upon what they did last year. Like I think, you know, they developed some concepts and schemes and just an understanding of how they want to play football, and now it's about refining that and picking up where they left off.
Let's start next week.
Training
camp. Let's go.
It's going to be awesome. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, I'll follow up on that thought. Why training camp is so important for Davis Webb. We'll break that down next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here. Summer is here. Tee times, perfect drives, and days on the greens. But if joint or back pain is keeping you off the golf course, it's time for you to discover Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps reduce chronic pain so you can get back out there. Book your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage.
Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum. When for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us. 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040. This segment on The Fan is built by Denver Deck Builders.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
We got Alex and Kev behind the glass as well. Got the tribe. What more could you ask for on this lovely Friday as we're talking a little Denver sports here? All right, let's pick up where we left off. The conversation I want to have with you, Cecil, about the importance of training camp for Davis Webb. And I know the easy thing for me to say is, oh, well, he's a first-time play caller. Like, he's got to get it all figured out. But there was that, you can't even call it a report because it wasn't a report, but like ESPN, like one of the guys put out the thought, which is one that I've shared on the station too, that like God forbid the Broncos get out to a slow start, right? The first 6 weeks of the regular season is a gauntlet, but like if they find themselves 1-5 or 2-6 or heck even 3-3 with a couple of back-to-back losses at the end of it, like how does Sean Payton start to feel about not calling plays? Like the way that I've kind of described the situation with Sean Payton and Davis Webb is I remember when my parents were teaching me how to drive. Right, and they would take me to the empty parking lot of Walmart or wherever it was, somewhere around town, and my mom's like holding on to like the, you know, the whatever that thing. Like
crap bar.
Yeah, the crap bar, and it's like, oh my gosh, brake. It's like an anxiety attack, right, when they're teaching me how to drive. My dad had taken me on I-25 for the first time. I'll never forget that one as well. And so like Sean's in the passenger seat for the first time while essentially spending his whole life in the driver's seat. And if they do find themselves at, say, like I said, 2-4, losing record, right? 3-game losing streak at some point. How does he respond knowing that he's called the plays? And so I think knowing that you're at Kansas City, home versus Jacksonville, home versus the Rams, at San Francisco, at the Chargers, home versus Seattle, like, yeah, you're going to have the preseason to kind of work this stuff out too if you're Davis Webb, but you got to make sure you're as close to on point as you could be by week 1 to even prevent that conversation from happening.
You don't want Sean Payton to get antsy.
No.
It's essentially what you're talking about because Davis Webb, Sean Payton's not taking his hands completely off the wheel. Did your folks ever do that? When you were driving, they'd reach over and grab the wheel.
Yeah.
I had to do that a couple times with my kids.
I had a driving instructor had to do that for me. They took me down by that stupid turn. Oh my gosh. It's like if you're going down Lincoln, I'm like 14 years old. If you're going down Lincoln Street heading north, you turn left and then it's like you can't go straight anymore. It's like you either go right, or left. I don't know what's straight. It might be 18th or something like that.
Okay.
And it's a very bizarre turn to make, especially if you've never driven before. And so, like, the guy's like, okay, like,
grab the wheel?
Yeah, he's like, if you're in the far right lane, you got to do this. If you're in the middle right lane, you do this. And I guess I messed it up, and he grabbed the wheel. I almost failed my driving exam, too.
Wow.
I didn't signal coming out of a roundabout.
Wow. Well,
you know.
Wait, you're supposed to signal coming out of...
That's what I thought, too. I'm like...
It's a roundabout. It's just a twirly roundabout.
Yeah, she's like, I'll never... She's like, you passed, but you were 1 point away. You know, you didn't signal coming out of the roundabout, and that's this infraction, which could... mean this or that.
See, that's a don't be that guy, or I guess don't be that lady if she's your driving instructor of like, don't tell me I almost didn't pass. Just tell me I passed.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. I don't need to know about my C- girl. I need to know about, did I get my license? Yes. So Sean Payton, you don't want him on Lincoln.
No.
Grabbing
making
the wheel,
this turn.
pulling away from Davis Webb. So if you're Davis Webb, how do you best prevent that? Balls to the wall, and you're good.
Get it together.
You're aces on what you do.
Because
right?
here's the thing: if the Broncos start out 3-3 or 2-4, but they're giving up 28 plus points a game, that's different. But if the offense is scoring 2-3 touchdowns a game, and you got 4 or 5 scoring drives, you're not pointing at the offense. Yeah, someone on the text line brings it up: Lincoln in 20th. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, there you go.
I will never forgive the driving instructor for taking me down there, bro. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, I've never even seen a turn like that anywhere else in my life.
Right.
Point being, I'm a little trauma.
Point being, Davis Webb doesn't want Sean to reach over and grab the wheel. So during training camp, how best can you do that? Just run practice smoothly. You get to practice against one of the league's best defenses. And that's a great thing about that. Bo Nix is already developing, but I've often wondered, and maybe the only guy to ever do this is Bo Nix. Maybe Russell Wilson, maybe. How do you develop a young quarterback when he's got to face that? You know what I mean? Guys just getting used to the pro game. Now, Bo Nix had those 61 starts in college, so that definitely helps. He's seen a lot. He's played a lot of football. But over the last couple of years, he's really been able to sharpen his sword against one of the league's top defenses.
No doubt.
Not the top defense. So now, Davis Webb, here's how you keep Sean from grabbing that wheel. You just make sure that when you're doing team stuff, your 7-on-7 is going to be one thing, but it's your team. Your team drills that you have against your own defense, because preseason is going to be pretty vanilla. In fact, you don't really want to show a whole lot in the preseason. And in fact, I've seen the future. The Broncos might look a little bit rough in the preseason, okay? And I'm not going to lose my mind. I'm going to profess that everyone else out there should not lose their mind at all.
I couldn't even tell you how the Broncos looked in preseason last
Exactly.
year. Like,
so
it's literally a
remember when
non-thing.
Detroit went winless? They also were undefeated in the preseason. So at the end of the day, like, does preseason really matter? The Rams don't care about the preseason. They go win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, they don't care about that. What was Seattle's record in the preseason? Nobody cares. So if Davis Webb is a little vanilla, little generic in the preseason, I'm okay with that. But in training camp, that's actually where it's more important, because we know
Correct.
It's preseason. It's everybody's looking at it. It's going to be shown nationally, televised. Probably awful broadcast. Preseason broadcast, the way they punt on preseason broadcasts makes me so mad.
Well, you only
so
Steve
angry.
Levy?
In the fourth quarter, I love Steve Levy, but in the fourth quarter, I don't need some slappy story about the weather. I need to know what's going on with these players. When Johnny Walker's out there collecting sacks, I don't need some slappy story about what coach told you about his wristband.
Hey, I actually don't mind the preseason, because the Broncos, the concession department for the media, they treat it like a regular season game. So, I've been yearning to get back
brag,
to
bro.
that. Oh, my gosh.
Sick brag.
You should have seen Jake Shapiro and I before these games last year. Man.
One
Going
of us
crazy.
still gets to go to games. Anyway, not that I'm bitter. I'll get over it. But anyway, for me.
I didn't know you were bitter about that.
I want to be everywhere the Broncos are. I want to be at every game.
Pissed me off a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Did I take your spot when I joined the company?
No,
Is that what happened?
No. The Broncos The Broncos don't let us get as many spots as we should have. That's my opinion. I'll stick to my story.
Okay.
And I'll stick to my story about this. Training camp, practicing against your own defense will give you more of a challenge than any of the preseason games will. We cannot judge Davis Webb on any of the preseason games. Not just because, we're giving him some chance. No. It's because the preseason is purposely vanilla. It's Jack Del Rio's favorite time of year. It's all vanilla, baby. Everything's vanilla. Vanilla offense, vanilla defense. You can't really scheme anything up. You certainly don't want to give anything away. You've got Kansas City on the road, Monday Night Football, Week 1. You don't want Steve Spagnuolo to know anything about your offense. Any clues, tips, tricks, anything. You're not going to show crap during the preseason. However, during training camp, when you're doing team drills against your own defense, which is top dollar with the gold flea collar, then you're going to want to push for that. You're going to want to show some of your best cards because you're going against those guys, and they'll ball out. So your offense has to ball out as well.
Yeah, I'm with you, and it's just going to be fascinating if things go awry. Because, I don't think it's that crazy to think they go 3-3. I don't think they're going 6-0. I don't think they're going 0-6, right? I think they're going to probably split. It would not surprise me if it's 4-2 or anything like that. But these first 6 games, man, are absolutely brutal. And I don't think it's a fair way to judge Davis Webb and this offense entirely. And I hear what you're saying about going up against this defense, but there's no breathing room. It's not like it's Kansas City, Jacksonville, and then Arizona, right? You're going Kansas City, Jacksonville, Rams, San Francisco, Chargers, Seattle. I don't think I've ever seen a more brutal 6-game stretch in my life, let alone to open up a season.
Right.
And let's be honest here. I mean, even beyond that, okay, Arizona should be okay. Kansas City again. Carolina made the playoffs last year. I mean, there's what? Raiders twice, Arizona 3, Dolphins 4. I mean, there's 5 games that you feel like they absolutely positively should win.
Yeah.
Right? Versus last year.
Out of 17 games.
Right? I mean, which is more than half of these games are going to be tough. New England will not be easy in New England. Buffalo on Christmas is not going to be easy. What is Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers? You think they'll win that game, but it's on the road, Black Friday. It's a tough schedule, Cease.
Yeah, it's a tough schedule through and through, and that's where Davis Webb, you need a hot start, and then you need to stay hot. So the fact that Sean Payton doesn't want to grab the wheel from you. I don't want Sean Payton to do that. I want Davis Webb to be afforded the opportunity to call plays kind of unprohibited, where Sean is going over some things. Sean's going to be fully involved in the game plan. Sean's going to be right there. But in terms of the order of the plays and calling the actual plays, I don't want Sean Payton to take that away. We saw it last year with Johnny Morton and Dan Campbell. Johnny Morton was their OC. He was calling plays. They got about halfway through the year. They were terrible, and Johnny Morton got demoted. He got that taken away from him, and then Dan Campbell just started calling plays. I don't want that to be the case for Davis Webb.
Well said. Well said. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll go over to the hardwood, where there was a player that I think a lot of us expected to be traded this offseason. That has not come to fruition yet, and now we found out the Nuggets are the ones turning down the offers. We'll tell you who it is and what that means next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every man has a price.
I think when you look at the Rockies, they're more than just one player away, right? You got to start trying to get some guys, multiple guys. And if you can flip one great player and hopefully hit the lotto, hit the Powerball, look, they've overachieved this year. They've been more competitive than I thought. But if you can flip Hunter Goodman and hopefully get a haul in return, you got to seriously consider that.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
A small roof problem today can become a major expense tomorrow. Colorado hail, wind, and heavy snow can turn minor damage into costly repairs. Don't wait until it's too late. Trust Colorado's best roofing for honest inspections, dependable repairs, and reliable service. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. If you've listened to me the past few years, you know I love golfing. And the courses I keep playing are Aurora's 5 public courses. Spring Hill is one of the best hidden gems around, perfect for becoming a short game chef. And Saddle Rock, well, the mountain views never get old. Beautiful course conditions, great service, and the restaurants keep me coming back. Book your next tee time or learn more about lessons, leagues, and programs at golfaurora.com. And go ahead and follow them on Instagram at golfauroraco.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, now we can talk. Welcome on back into the program.
You let that one breathe.
Oh, I had to. It's too good. It's too good not to. Anilo Pirro in for Josh Dover, Cecil Lammy, and Alex behind the glass, Kev as well. Hope you guys are having a good Friday. Let's talk a little Denver Nuggets basketball here, Cease. And look, I think we're all frustrated with how this offseason has played out for the Denver Nuggets. But are you surprised, before we kind of get into one specific thing, are you surprised there's been like literally no movement, right? Like they've lost 2 players and they brought back Tyus Jones and they drafted 2 kids.
I was at Tahoe for 2 weeks and I didn't really have my phone on.
You checked out?
And it was awesome. It was great. Everyone go back and touch some grass. And when I came down from the mountain, my first thing was like, what happened to Payton Watson? Oh, nothing?
Zilch.
I literally came home, came back to Colorado and was like, hey, is Payton Watson still a Nugget? Oh, he is? Wait a second, what? How'd that happen?
Do we think Payton Watson gets signed before Cale Makar gets signed?
The Cale one's easy to me. You're not concerned about the Cale thing
but
at
I'm
all.
saying, do you think that's how long it's going to?
Well, he's got to accept it. He's got to accept that $6 million pay. My question is, one, he might just be forced to accept it, and then two, is he pissed off and disgruntled because of it?
No,
he was supposed to get paid.
He's gonna get paid.
I know, but
he's gonna
23-year-olds. You're 20. You're closer to 23 than I. Shocker. At 23-year-old, are you gonna say, hey, just wait a year and you'll get your mega millions?
No, but
here's $6 million, but wait a year. A year is forever to a 23-year-old.
He's gonna make more than $6 million. And look, I remember sitting there at Nuggets Media Day last year. This was before Payton Watson made the switch to Clutch as his agency, and he said, I just want to be with Denver. I'm willing to take a discount. Or like something along those lines. That was his mindset at Media Day, which was less than a year ago. Now, I'm sure, Clutch kind of sinks their claws into it, and they're going to play the game this way and all that kind of stuff. But like Payton Watson's probably going to make between 15. I don't think he's going to get to that 25 million mark. It'll probably be between like 20 and 23 if I had to guess, which is a lot of money. And like obviously you might be leaving a couple million on the table if you want to match the 25 that Christian Brown's going to get paid, or getting paid rather. Or if you want to try to exceed that. But, like, it's a matter of when, not if, for Payton Watson at this point, because I don't see another team. I know there's these rumors about Milwaukee and all this kind of stuff. Like, what other team is ponying up that type of money to sign Payton Watson?
I don't think any team would be willing to do that right now.
The Nuggets have all the leverage.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're doing exactly what they should be doing. Now, what it does do is kind of hold up the rest of the offseason. And I think part of this was by design. Like, look, when you're dealing with a Clutch, like the comparison that I've tried to make is Clutch is like the equivalent of Scott Boras in baseball. And Scott Boras is the one who represents all these big money clients. Bryce Harper, he's representing Scooble right now for the Detroit Tigers. And like if Juan Soto was his client, right? Like if you want to maximize your earnings, you get repped by Scott Boras. Just kind of like if you want to maximize your earnings, you get repped by Clutch. And I know it's a little bit more of cookie cutter in the NBA just because of how the caps and the aprons and all that kind of stuff work. But point being, the Nuggets are waiting to decide what to do with Cam Johnson based off what happens with Payton Watson to a certain extent. Now, there's also those reports that came out, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that there's no indication that Denver's not willing to be a second apron team. There is a world where they re-sign Payton Watson and keep back Cam Johnson. But what we've learned over the course of this week is the Nuggets, to no surprise, have been made trade offers to dump Cam Johnson, and they said no to said deals. And I think it's interesting because when you go back to the start of, the end of the season and the start of the offseason, it almost felt like, according to some, it would be a foregone conclusion that they would dump Cam Johnson. That does not seem to be the case. And Cecil, now that we're finding out that the Nuggets are the one turning teams down, it's not like they're just getting lowballed. Maybe they are, but it appears they've had multiple opportunities to trade Cam, and they've said no. That tells me something.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here because, the Nuggets said no. That says a lot. Yeah, does it? Why are we learning this? I'm always on the lookout, shall we say, for propaganda. It's everywhere. It's what teams love to push out. They love propaganda.
Yep.
The Nuggets, they sound so great. They've turned everybody down on Cam Johnson. That means they haven't got an offer they'd like. That's all that means. So we're praising them like the Nuggets have said no to these teams have approached them for Cam Johnson. With what?
They can't bring a player back, though. So when you say that they haven't gotten an offer, like the whole idea
they haven't got an offer that they like.
But here's the thing. By trading, the idea of trading Cam Johnson is all that matters because you need to dump the salary. It's not about what you get back. So you would think theoretically, whether it's Milwaukee or insert team here or XYZ, whatever it is, if you're dumping Cam Johnson and you're trying to get under the second apron, it doesn't matter how you do it, it's mission accomplished. So it's not like, they're going to get more on this trade, that trade. There are certain things with the CBA and the second apron that prevent Denver from getting these players back and swapping that salary.
I think the second apron is probably the stupidest setup in all sports.
I would agree. It is a headache.
I think the NHL playoff setup is dumb, and I think the second apron for the NBA is dumb. We have to deal with this. We have to do these gymnastics because of this. All I'm saying is this: Cam Johnson is not untradeable. So whatever the math works out, because we got to math this thing, because Lord knows they're not going to the second apron. It's not my money.
But if they keep Cam Johnson and re-sign Payton Watson, they will be in the second apron. And you don't think that's going to happen?
Well, don't they have a qualifying offer? What's the real deal with the qualifying offer for Payton?
It's like
because it is $6 million.
But that's not going to happen. There's no way he plays on the qualifying offer.
Are you sure about that?
I'd be shocked because I think
then he doesn't play.
And Alex and I were talking about this yesterday. I think what happens if Peyton Watson just decides to sit out the year because he's not comfortable?
Well, what if he signs the $6 million and they're like, oh, my hamstring? That's something that could be considered. Now,
Peyton Watson's going to get a contract.
Last year during the playoffs, I'll do a little. Alex, get my theme music ready. Because last year during the playoffs, there was some thought. Put on your tinfoil hat. Is Peyton Watson as hurt as he seems to be? Now, the good news is ZB did some digging. And it's like, yeah, Peyton Watson really wanted to be out there. Really wanted to be out there. Now I'm going to ask you this year, if he does sign the $6 million deal, because he kind of has to. You said it earlier. The Nuggets have all the leverage. Why would they pay him more when they can offer him $6 million and he has to take it, essentially? So if that's the case,
well, it's because if you
is he going to have a little hamstring that seems to linger a little bit longer? But if not sit out the whole year, but play like 20 games because, hey, I'm waiting a year to get paid.
Yeah, but then it becomes an unrestricted free agent. The incentive for the Nuggets to sign him to a multi-year deal is to lock him up with team control. Versus, if you pay him for 1 year, then, it just kind of opens up Pandora's box. I think they'll get a deal done with him. I think it'll be a 4-year, deal in the 9+ figure range.
Why do you have, is it Ben Tinzer? Yes. I have faith in Jonathan Wallace, but why do you think they'll get a deal done with him that's more than just the qualifying offer?
Because, everything I just said, I don't think they want to roll the dice of having to let him walk in free agency after this year. And I understand there's some people that think the jury's still out on Peyton Watson, but I think the Nuggets, the thing that Jake and I have always talked about as well when it comes to Peyton Watson is he is their last best chance to have an all-star caliber player next to Nikola Jokic. Right? With a guy that has upside young in his career. Jamal's an established commodity. What is Deron Holmes? What is Trevin Brazile? What is Julian Strawther? Peyton, we know what Christian Brown is. He's never going to ascend to all-star kind of capabilities. Peyton Watson has that in his game. So if you want to lengthen the runway of Nikola Jokic, your most direct path to that is hitting and panning out Peyton Watson long-term. So I think that's part of the reason is you want to keep Peyton around. He does things that nobody else on your team except for Aaron Gordon can really do. He's a team-first type of guy with the culture. It fits what you've got built here as well. I think it only makes sense to extend Peyton Watson. The question is how much. And as much as people want to moan and groan about Calvin Booth, he was trying to sign Peyton a 4-year, $70, $80 million deal the year in which he got fired. That would have been a priority for them in the offseason. Didn't get that far. So it is what it is. We'll see. Peyton Watson, Cam Johnson, what's going on? All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll go back to the Broncos here. I've got an idea and a concept I want to run by Cecil about the Broncos wide receiver room. That's next.
What if J.K. Dobbins finally gets a full 17 games? Could a major award be awaiting him if so?
Are the Broncos sitting on the biggest sleeper in the National Football League? And is his name J.K. Dobbins? I think the answer could be yes. J.K. Dobbins has that natural physical talent to be the leading rusher in the NFL. He's just got to stay healthy. And if he does that, man, this is setting up to be a special season.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Larry. The IRS is really hounding you. It's escalating. They even assigned a person to your case.
Saying that we owed a bunch of money because of clerical error. We didn't know that at the time. They were going to collect a bunch of money for it.
They're literally just beating you up.
Oh, yeah. Certified mail letters coming and the IRS telling us they're going to levy our checking accounts. And then, when the guy shows up at your front door, you figure, we better do something.
Yeah. How much did you really have to pay him?
It started out the IRS telling us that we owed them $15,000.
That's real money.
By the time Advanced Tax Solutions got done, the number was zero.
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 That's the perfect solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's the best number. Our stress is gone. We're not dealing with the IRS anymore. We haven't since we went and met with Advanced Tax Solutions.
Thank you so much for coming in. That just means so much to me.
Not a problem.
Every situation is different. And if we can give you a hand, it's 303-753-6040 or jump online at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back, plus $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies, and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Where will you find her perfect engagement ring?
There's only one fine jeweler in Denver with all the world's top bridal designers. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams from Williams Jewelers. Only here in our bridal design gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, E. Jaffe, Parade, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings. Every style and every price range. If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado, we even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
You know what I could really go for right now? Literally anything that comes in a McDonald's carton, wrapper, or bag. Or a McDonald's cup. Yes, any of those items should do it.
Summer just got even sweeter with soft drinks under $1 at McD's. Get any size soft drink, like a Coke, Sprite, or sweet tea, just 99 cents. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a whole lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or go to XfinityMobile.com or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates apply.
Whatever the forecast, aches and pains can cloud up a perfect day. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief. So you're ready for sunny skies ahead. Use as directed.
Denver Sports Snapshot. Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Philadelphia, starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're coming back into the program. Danilo Piro, Cecil Lammy. Let's talk a little Denver Broncos wide receiver room, Cease. And obviously, like we were talking about Jalen Waddle a little bit earlier in the show, too. I think we're all excited for Jalen Waddle. This is a take that I threw out. Oh, my gosh. Who did I say that? Oh, I think it was on Shapiro and Piro. Make sure to check that out on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. Am I crazy for thinking Courtland Sutton could be due for the best year of his career?
I don't think that's crazy at all whatsoever because single coverage.
Correct.
It's going to be Court singled up, so he could have more yards on fewer catches because his catches are longer because he's going downfield. And as an ex-receiver that doesn't get double coverage, Bo Nix is going to love that all day because Court can win at the catch point. He can win at the boundary. He can win the ball when it's in the air. Like he goes up and big man goes gets it. So the best season of Courtland Sutton's career, I don't think it's crazy to suggest that. I'm not projecting that. I think he gets 900 to 1,100 yards while Jalen Waddle gets 1,100 to 1,200 yards. So I want to see how these two work in tandem. But just the mere thought of Sutton's not getting double teamed anymore. That's great news for Bo Nix.
And to be fair with like your projections here, like that's pretty close to Sutton with what he's averaged throughout the course of his career. Like I want to say 1,100 yards right around there is the best that he's had, like, or the high water mark rather, for Courtland Sutton in his career as a wide receiver. Like it would not surprise me if he finishes right around 950,000, 10.5, whatever it might be. But I could see the touchdown numbers going up. I just think, again, everyone wants to look at Jalen Waddle and talk about how good Jalen Waddle is going to be in this offense. Absolutely. But I think Jalen Waddle is just going to be that rising tide that raises all boats for a guy like Courtland Sutton, man. Like, it's going to be fascinating to watch because, like, say what you want to say about Jerry Jeudy and I know DT and Emmanuel Sanders when he first came in the league, this is by far the best running mate Courtland Sutton's had in his career since.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt. No question. And because of that, defenses, where are they going to be concerned with? They're going to single up Courtland Sutton. And that's great news because Jalen Waddle's going to get a lot of attention. And Waddle's impact isn't necessarily felt by his stats alone. Waddle's impact is felt by the bump for Court, the bump for Evan Ingram, even a bump for Pat Bryant or Troy Franklin, whoever that other receiver is. So maybe Jalen Waddle gets 900 yards. And Colin Coward's backup guys like, oh, what a bust. It's because Bo Nix can't do anything. Manti Te'o said Bo Nix sucks, so I'm just going to repeat that, whatever that guy's name is. Okay, that's not necessarily the case. Jalen Waddle may have 900 yards, but then Court has 1,300 yards, and Evan Ingram has 1,000 yards. Like his impact,
1,000 yards for Evan Ingram. Maybe.
I'm just saying. The impact for Jalen Waddle can be felt by the players around him. Maybe it's 900 yards for Ingram. Where's an acceptable number for Ingram? 800?
What did he have last year?
What did he have last year? Like 500, 600
I don't even know if he got that far, man. Let's see. Evan Ingram last year, 461 yards.
Okay, so
if you could get 650 receiving yards out of Evan Ingram, that's a win.
We got another coffee bet on that. I think Ingram goes over 650 this year.
See, that one, what was the first one we made? I'm trying to... Oh, it was something win. It was Nuggets 50 wins. That's the first one we made.
Yeah, I'll take the under on that.
I feel a lot more confident about the Nuggets than I do. Like Ingram, I don't know.
So you think Ingram could get more than 650?
I think he could. It's just I'm in total I'll believe it when I see it mode. Like the reason I'm more confident of the Nuggets is because I've seen them do it with a similar team. Like Evan Ingram, I'm like, what are we getting here?
What are we doing?
Like you've got Davis Webb as your play caller, right? You talk about how they're in the same rookie class with the New York Giants. Like if Evan Ingram can't do it this year, you might be talking about the end of Evan Ingram in the NFL. Like not the end of Evan Ingram with the Broncos, like career type thing.
Yeah.
But we'll see. But back to the wide receiver stuff, and I guess that kind of factors into it. Like, again, I think Jalen Waddle is just, he's going to have opportunities for everybody else to eat. Let me throw out this comparison to you, and I'm curious to get your thoughts.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's going to play out like it has for this team with both of these guys. Like we talked about two-headed monster earlier in the show with R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, kind of like Gibbs and Montgomery for Detroit. Can Jalen Waddle and Courtland Sutton be the Broncos version of Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua? And I bring that up by play style. Like, obviously, Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua are far better receivers than Jalen Waddle and Courtland Sutton. But I look at Courtland in that Devontae type of X-roll, stretch the field, 50-50 ball. Puka shifty over the middle, yards after the catch, a la Jalen Waddle. I know Puka's a lot bigger than Jalen Waddle, but it seems like the way that Jalen and Courtland can play in this Broncos offense is similar to that of Puka and Devontae.
Yeah, if they're going to get creative, because you know what Sean McVay does with Puka Nacua? He lines him up, he declares him as a tight end. So he'll line him close to the formation, like literally where Adam Troutman's supposed to be. He will line up Puka Nacua in that spot and then use insert X, escort, and exit motion in different ways to get Nacua open as the primary read. So I'm going to be super nerdy here and disagree with you. Like, surface-wise, can I agree with you? Like, they're like Devontae and Puka.
Sure.
but the way that they're used is going to be much different because I don't see Jalen Waddle lining up like a tight end.
Right,
The Rams
for sure.
use 13 personnel, which is 3 tight ends, but it's not 3 tight ends. It's 2 tight ends and Puka Nacua.
Right.
So the way they can kind of fudge that, you could do it with Pat Bryant, honestly. I think you could do that with Pat Bryant. You could have Pat Bryant play that little Puka role. That's not Jalen. Jalen's small. Please, for the love of God, dear Lord, baby Jesus, can I please ask for one thing? Next week, don't have anyone come to me and say, Jalen Waddle's really small.
Oh, come on. You know that's going to happen.
Please have that? Please?
You know that's going to happen.
Did people not realize Jalen Waddle is a small receiver? Like, seriously, what was it, the first mini camp? It's like, guys, Jalen Waddle's small. I'm like,
thank God we've got the little guy.
I was just like VJ, because thank God we got the little guy. So, no, they can't be Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Essentially, with the way that they're used. Could it be more like, oh, I need a big and a small receiver? Because it's not really even Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson.
Could it have kind of been like A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith?
A little bit, yeah. Let's go there. I think that's a good way to put it there as well. A little bit like you got the big body and then you've got the playmaker, because the Slim Reaper and Devontae Smith, who's, by the way, fantasy tip, he's going to get their JSN treatment.
Ooh.
He's getting like 200 targets this year.
Okay.
I am all in on Devontae Smith in every single one of my fantasy leagues this year because of the way that they're going to use him without A.J. Brown. So, yes, I agree with you. You got the big guy, you got the little guy, and they're going to attack defenses as such.
Well, I'm curious to see how it all shakes out, man. I think Jalen Waddle, obviously the highlight of the Broncos offseason, a guy that they've had their eye on for at least 2 seasons leading up to the trade. What will that impact look like? I mean, you got Jalen Waddle, Pat Surtain obviously played with each other in college too. I cannot wait to see what this Broncos offense will look like when it all takes form throughout the course of training camp, preseason, and into the regular season. All right, let's hit our final break. When we come back, we'll keep it with the running backs. We know what Jalen Waddle is. We know what Courtland Sutton is. What is going to happen behind those 2 guys? Will Pat Bryant step up? Will Marvin Mims step up? Could it be Troy Franklin? Cecil and I will dive into the wide receiver 3 conversation when we come back right here on the...
They're back. Our free limited edition training camp 2026 t-shirts. We have 4 drops this year at various international hot tubs locations across the metro starting July 24th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient, and we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, STHmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, it's been fun. Final segment of the day for myself. Of course, Cecil will be back with you guys the rest of the next week. Dover back next week as well. We'll have some fun with that. Alex kept doing a great job behind the glass. I do want to end on a topic of conversation that I find pretty compelling. It also relates to the Broncos wide receiver room. Not necessarily about Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton, but with training camp on the horizon. You kind of hinted at it a little bit.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims. Right? Feels like 3 guys.
Take Marvin out of there.
You think he's going to get traded?
No. They don't like Marvin as much as they need to.
Which is
as
crazy
a receiver.
Crazy.
Right. Every time they ask him to do something, he makes plays. The Buffalo game wasn't even part of the game plan. He went 8 for 93 and a touchdown.
Yeah.
So I love Marvin Mims. Just for whatever reason, they don't.
Let's just keep him in there for conversations.
Okay.
Because I don't think it'll play out this way, but also just kind of knowing that he's in a contract year, like maybe there is some difference in approach with how the Broncos handle him.
Mm-hmm.
But like what I'm so curious about is who is going to emerge truly as that wide receiver 3. And going back to the conversation we had earlier in the show about like who has the most to gain from this training camp.
Yeah.
Like outside of roster bubble guys that can kind of change the numbers as you talked about, one of those 3 guys is going to set themselves up for a second contract in the NFL, but also with the Denver Broncos. I think Pat Bryant's in a bit of a different scenario, being a second-year player, but this is a massive, massive year for Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims.
Yeah, and I think that Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims are the 2 players of those 3 to highlight. Because Pat Bryant's more than okay. More than okay.
Yes.
He's just don't get concussed. I don't want to
stay
be
healthy.
flippant about that, but like, dude, just don't get your bell rung because he's very talented, and another concussion means we got problems, Mac. Like 2 is bad enough. He gets a third one within a year. That's a real big problem. So for me with Brian, it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's really, honestly, it's Troy. It is Troy, but it's really Marvin. I want Marvin to change the narrative because the narrative about him from a team standpoint could be this. He doesn't complete his routes. He doesn't run precise routes. He tips off his routes. Notice how it's all with route running. Has nothing to do with speed, hands, or playmaking ability.
No.
He's got all that. He's got speed, hands, and playmaking ability, yet they don't want to use him. Why? He didn't complete his route the one time Bo threw it over here. Because you'll hear that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, now let's do Troy Franklin. Now let's do rookie Pat Bryant. Like, okay, and Marvin Mims, a different scenario because it's year 4. But I look at Marvin Mims and I go, man, he just shows up and makes plays for you. So now with Johnny Morton back, remember a couple years ago, Johnny Moe yelling at Marvin and Marvin yelling back at training camp. So with Johnny Moe back to be probably a thorn in the side of Marvin. And the great thing about Marvin is this. I've talked to him a million times in the locker room. He never shows his frustration.
Never.
Ever. And I would say this, and this is just a guess. This isn't me talking to anybody. This is me just guessing. My guess is he's pretty frustrated. My guess is he wants to do more as a receiver.
The one time I feel like we saw, I don't know if frustration is the right word, but maybe like
when Waddle was added?
And he was at like the Nugget game, or was it an Avalanche game, right? Remember he's on the Jumbotron. It was kind of like a little flustered. And look, I think Marvin's a great player. I really do. It baffles me as to why they don't involve him more in this offense, but like I think it's fair that we can kind of take that at face value that might continue. But he's got a lot to prove. And also with the agent swap. Like we were talking earlier about the Nuggets and Peyton Watson with Clutch and Scott Boras in baseball. He went to the NFL's version of that in Players First. I believe that's what it's called. With,
Athletes First.
Athletes First. That's the same group that represented like Micah Parsons, right? In that whole situation. And Mulugeta, I want to say, is the big-time agent's name.
I'd say CAA is more that, or maybe like Rosenhaus would be more that.
I think
Athletes First is really, really good. I know a lot of the guys over there, and they're really, really good, and I think they're very fair. Now, you change agents is because you want a deal.
Right.
You want more money. But I don't see them as, maybe kind of as grimy as other agencies.
But I don't mean grimy. I mean like top of the market.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like the guys
First
that are,
is.
like
yes,
they're going to
yes.
reset the market for players.
Right.
Like
yes.
they're
yes.
aggressive in a very player-centric way.
Yes, aggressive
That's
in a
more
player-centric way. That is very good. And Athletes First, I got nothing but praise for those guys. There's a really good group of agents over there.
And there's just certain organizations and representatives that when someone moves to them, it kind of just raises your eyebrow a little bit. Just like Peyton Watson with Clutch. It's like
Peyton Watson with Clutch, definitely.
Like we understood the motivation at that point. Like
right.
Marvin in a contract year going to Athletes First, it's like clearly there's something that he needs or wants more out of with the representation, right? And so it's going to be fascinating to me because I think Marvin Mims has the skill set to be that guy. But also I'm looking at Troy Franklin, a guy that I thought started out last year really, really hot and tapered off as the year went along, kind of like Jonathan Cooper. Like we talked about how like the first 5 or 7-8 weeks of the season for Jonathan Cooper were more than solid. Week 9 on, little ghost mode. Kind of felt the same way about Troy Franklin where Pat Bryant started to take some of those snaps away from him and produce with those snaps. Point being is we know what we've got in Cortland Sutton. We know what we've got in Jalen Waddle. We got 3 guys behind those 2 that are still kind of vying for an identity in this offense.
Right. And the thing with Troy Franklin, he was leading the team like 7 weeks in. Leading targets more than Cortland Sutton. Leading yardage more than Cortland Sutton. And it's like, that's Troy Franklin. What? And then all of a sudden he fell off. Sutton blows up. Pat Bryant does a little bit more. Like, what's the story this year with Troy? I think Troy is not necessarily in a make-or-break year, but this is the year. I've often said it. It takes 3 years for a wide receiver to show what they can do. Are guys like Jamar Chase different? And Justin Jefferson, do they just show up? Randy Moss is kind of the first one in the modern era that showed up and balled out right away.
Right.
Most of the times, I go back to Marvin Harrison, before your time, but still, Marvin Harrison took 3 years before he was a super stud for Peyton Manning. Earlier than that, way before your time, Herman Moore with the Lions. He was a multi-time 1,000-year receiver. He didn't do that till year 3. So with Troy Franklin, it's year 3. So you don't have the rookie jitters and you don't have like trying to figure stuff out in year 2. You're in year 3. The year 3 step for Troy Franklin should be phenomenal. But I don't know how it is with Jalen Waddle in the way. Because we're talking about the Broncos' third wide receiver, right? This whole topic, like third wide receiver. Who wins the number 3 wide receiver? And I think, man, I mean, it looks like it's going to be Pat Bryant. Or do you want some speed like Troy Franklin? It's probably not going to be Marvin Mims. But here's the reality. The number 3 receiver is actually the number 5 target in this offense. Because I'm going to target Jalen Waddle. I'm going to target Cortland Sutton. After that, there's Evan Ingram. After that, there's R.J. Harvey. And after that is Pat Bryant or Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims. So we're talking about the third wide receiver, but we're actually in pecking order talking about the 5th guy because Harvey's got to get fed. You need R.J. Harvey to touch the ball as a receiver out of the backfield. The kid can make plays and score you touchdowns. And then you need to get Evan Ingram more involved just for the – I often call it the declaration of influence. Like I said earlier, Puka Nacua declares as a tight end so that they show heavy personnel and a defense says, oh, they're in heavy, we got to stay in base. And all of a sudden it's Puka is not a tight end and you're in base. Got him. Got him. That's exactly what you do with the declaration of influence. So because of that, you got to influence teams with your tight end. So then that way we don't have to hear Manti Te'o go on and on about how Bo Nix can't throw to the middle of the field. Wait till Tuesday. We've got some numbers for you, Manti. Wait till Tuesday when Kiss My Stats is going to set the record straight about this whole Bo Nix. I think I can help you out with this whole Pan situation. Like this whole Bo Nix is terrible or whatever situation. We're going to break it down with some great numbers for you coming up on Tuesday.
Looking forward to that one, guys. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, as well as KARS-FM Laramie, Dover and Cecil, and Nilo Piro in for Josh Dover today, brought to you by our friends over at Way Back Burgers. Yeah, look, I mean, once we get to next week, right, and everything kind of starts to take hold and kind of come into shape. Look, it's going to take some while. It's going to take a little while. I'm not expecting to, learn anything, truly significant from the Broncos in the first couple of days of camp. It's going to take me, 2-3 weeks, 2-3 days would be funny after what I just said. It's going to take me 2 or 3 weeks to really kind of start to form an opinion of okay, have they improved in the tight end room? What does Jonah Coleman look like? Does R.J. Harvey look any different from year 1 to year 2? If so, how? What does Jalen Waddle kind of do for this offense? I'll tell you the one thing I'm not excited for with training camp, and I know you guys are going to eat it up on the radio. Who won the day? Oh, my gosh, that conversation is just when you're going up against that defense. I remember, Broncos country last year freaking out at a Bo Nix interception or an offensive blunder here. That defense is a top 3 unit. By the way, it's not 3 in the NFL. It's going to make any offense look silly, Cease.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Again, we have to kind of get ahead of this because if let's say Bo Nix has 3 interceptions in practice.
Oh, my gosh.
Am I going to lose my mind? No. Because of that defense.
Does Bo Nix play the prettiest brand of football ever? No. I wouldn't say so. Does Bo Nix know how to win football games at a high level? Yes.
Is he clutch?
That's all that matters to me, Cecil.
Especially at quarterback. Don't give me the arm stuff. We've been talking a lot about Drake May off the air. And does Drake May have a stronger arm than Bo Nix? Yes. And I don't care. I have 0 F's to give about that.
And I'm not trying to compare Bo to this player, but was Tom Brady ever considered the most talented quarterback in the league?
Was Peyton Manning ever the most talented arm talent, strength, arm? Did he have a howitzer of an arm, or was Peyton Manning's arm pretty good?
It's pretty good.
It was pretty good. It wasn't a howitzer.
Tom Brady's best asset was his mind.
Jay Cutler had a howitzer.
Right.
You want Jay Cutler or you want Peyton Manning?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And with Drake May, he plays hero ball. He did in college. He does in the pros. When he faces good teams, he doesn't win. Don't give me the AFC Championship game because that's Jarrett Stidham. That does not count because Jarrett Stidham should not be on this team. For me, I look at the conversation. I would way rather have the clutch ability that Bo Nix has shown over the last 2 years. All this guy does is win. All he does is take his team to the postseason. All he does is make fourth quarter comebacks like a thing. It's a habit for him. I don't want to say it's easy for Bo Nix, but he makes it look easy on those comeback wins. And you've heard, guys, when Bo Nix was announced at, 69, nice, 59, whatever, at the top 100.
59.
And I'm glad.
69.
Too bad it wasn't 69. But anyway.
Well, 67.
I regularly push back against list radio, right? Top 5 reasons why John Elway kicks ass. But when the top 100 is released and Bo Nix is at 59, and Garrett Bowles goes on camera and he's like, whenever we're down, we always know Bo can bring us back. I think Garrett Bowles called him superhuman. Bo Nix's superpower, he's a superhero, you know.
He is.
His superpower is the fact that he's clutch. That when the chips are down, you can still win.
Yep.
You got a chance because you got Bo. And that skill set, to me, that kind of way that he plays, the fact that he is clutch, the fact that you're never out of it with Bo Nix, I would rather have Bo Nix with a, above average arm and clutch than Drake May with a rocket arm and then plays hero ball and tries to do everything himself. I would way rather have the talent and skill of a Bo Nix in this system specifically. He is a system quarterback, but here's the dirty little secret. Every quarterback's a system quarterback. Every quarterback has to have the right fit. Bo Nix went to the right fit. Michael Penix, not necessarily. J.J. McCarthy, that's an out-and-out no. He never fit with Kevin O'Connell. Like, never. And that's why he's going to be a bust. For me, it's the fit with Sean Payton, but it's Bo Nix's ability to put that football where he wants it and then to be clutch when the chips are down. You're never out of it with Bo Nix, and that's his number one asset.
Quick left turn here. This just came down from a couple different reports indicating this. Not that it's anything surprising, but for the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes has been fully cleared to participate in practice, which means if all goes well for Kansas City, he will be playing Week 1 against the Broncos, which, again, was not a surprise to me. I know there was some speculation about will Mahomes be the quarterback for Week 1 matchup against Denver. All indications are that that will be the case.
Yep. Bring it on. Bring it on. What Ice Cube say? Once again, it's on, Kareem. Yeah. Bring it on. Kansas City. I don't care. What do they call their stadium now? Geha, Geha.
I don't.
Geisha,
I don't
whatever.
Really.
Geha
Did
Field.
you also see their fan base losing their minds at their stadium rendering?
No.
On social, we should have done that for Check Your X. Yeah, they did a new stadium rendering, and it's like Arrowhead 2.
Are they mad because the seats aren't wide enough for their fat asses because they eat all that barbecue?
Hey. Don't disrespect the Kansas City barbecue.
I didn't disrespect the barbecue. I disrespect their fat asses that couldn't fit in the seats. There's a difference. Yeah. I take no issue with Kansas City barbecue. Texas barbecue is better, though.
Okay.
Texas barbecue is about the meat.
Okay.
KC's about the sauce. Give me the meat. Give me the smoke. Give me some Franklin's barbecue down there in Austin. You ever been?
No.
You have to wait in line probably a couple hours. You been to Franklin's? Franklin's down in Austin.
Yes, I have.
Been to Franklin's
you have to wait.
Oh, it's good.
And then when they run out, you're just done. So you may wait, and then they just run out of food.
Well, honestly, any good barbecue place, they're only going to be open for a certain amount of time. Maybe 2-3 hours, 4 hours, and then when it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
So you have to grab it when you can, get there as early as possible. Just like the T-shirts, right? With the T-shirts, you got to get there early.
Yeah, true.
Right, right.
I'm telling you
I don't think
guys.
any of us have T-shirts yet. I haven't seen any of us rocking a T-shirt.
Because they're sold out.
Unfinished business.
By the way, when I walked in here, the first thing I heard was fat asses. I'm like, damn, see? What in the world did we get ourselves into?
I lost 60 pounds, man. It's okay. I used to be fat.
You look
Fat. I'm fat.
Oh, first and foremost, I heard it's a very special day for Mr. Philip Lindsay.
Oh, yeah, man.
I think you're another year older, another year wiser today, right?
32
Big birthday,
years old.
the big 3-2 for Philip Lindsay.
Happy
birthday, Phil.
Thank you,
Let's
bro, man.
go.
And Z, I think you're the same way. You talked about it. I'm not fond of birthdays. Just one, I have two. I have a story back in the day. And this is why I kind of have PTSD when my son has parties.
Oh, no.
Because when I was young, I was supposed to have this birthday party, and I want to say first grade, and had a piñata, had everything, was excited, thought everybody was going to show up, and nobody showed up.
Nobody showed up to Philip Lindsay's birthday party.
Now, it's July, obviously, right now, right? July 24th.
That was in your scouting report, by the way.
Literally nobody?
Nobody. Only my good friend down the street showed up. And after that, I told myself, and this is a first, it's how are you in first grade? What are you, 7, 8?
7, 8,
Yeah.
well,
No,
seven.
you're 6, 7. Yeah.
Okay, 6, 7. And I told my parents, never again will I ever have a birthday party, and it hurt them. It hurt them to their core.
That's gotta
right.
be,
And I think about it now. If that happens to Sophia or Phil,
dude,
I'm gonna be so mad.
Dude, I could not imagine being a parent and watching that happen.
Yeah. And so my father and my mother, we started doing is, we never had a birthday party again. And what we would do is go to Lakeside. Go to Lakeside, the amusement park over there.
That death-defying roller coaster.
Yeah, it's still up, right?
You take your life in your own hands on that thing.
I have no idea how that thing still operates.
I'm telling you. So we would go to Lakeside, and everybody from my sisters, and there's 5 of us in the family, to myself, we all got to pick one friend to go with us because Lakeside's cheap. Like I think it's like $5 to get in. And even back then, it was like $5 to get in. So everybody can bring their friend. And you have bumper cars, the big roller coaster. I think it was called the Twister, the Chipmunk, where it kind of jerks you around.
Yeah, the wild chipmunk. Yeah, dude. I know. Yeah, dude.
And so that's what we would do every single year for like, until I got to being 14 years old, is you would take a friend and you would just go to an amusement park. So that's why I don't like birthdays. So my wife would always bring it up because her experiences were, hey, I had a great time and there would be animals at my birthday. And I'm like, what the?
Oh my God!
Animals! You're like a pony. You're like, okay, like
you're scaring the goats.
Time. And so, like, now she wants to kind of do things like that. We're not having animals, but, like, want kids over to do birthday parties.
Sure.
And at times, they're like, you sure you want to do this? Like, are you sure you want to do this? Because nobody shows up to this kid's birthday party. I'm going to be mad at you, and I'm going to be mad at every other parent that said they were going to be there, and they didn't show up.
That's tragic.
Man, yeah.
That's crazy.
I remember you telling that story a year or two ago. Well, I bet that there was a lot of former first graders in 2018 watching you go aside. I wish I went to that birthday party. I could have been his best friend.
Yeah, I could have hit that pinata.
Yeah,
I was the only one to hit the pinata that day, man.
I will say, you got something on the tip of your tongue?
No.
I was gonna say this. I'll give you minor pushback on something that I heard on the way in.
Uh-oh.
Baby T-Rex arms pushback.
Here we go.
Okay, T-Rex arms pushback. Baby pushback. Okay, when you say, hey, I hate the conversation of who won the day out of training camp.
Nauseating.
And so
that's the best conversation.
So I disagree
for you guys.
I disagree with you. All right. But here's why I think it's important, because I remember asking Sean Payton last summer, and I said, like the defense, we were waiting for the offense to like make it debatable about what kind of day it was, because it was so one-sided day after day after day. And I asked Sean Payton, like, hey, is this cool? Like, this setup? And he's like, it is right now. And I'm paraphrasing. He goes, it is right now, but if this sustains through the summer, then you have an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And
I remember this.
And it sustained through the summer.
Yep.
And newsflash, Broncos had an offensive issue. They were competent enough to pair with the defense, but I think that my baby pushback would be this summer, Bo Nix in year 3 with all the stuff at his disposal, and Boy Wonder now calling the plays, we should have days where we come in here and are like, guys, you want to know what? The offense was, maybe they didn't win the day, but I can't call it. It was that close. Or maybe we can take the kid gloves off and say, yeah, like the offense did win the day.
Bo Nix is going to have days where he throws 3 interceptions, and he's going to have days where he throws 5 touchdowns.
Sure.
How many of each?
Well,
we got to know.
And here's the thing: it's like we had. There was not a lot of practices where Bo Nix had 3 interceptions. In fact, I can't remember one. It got to a point where we were like, should we actually start seeing some more risk taken? But Bo naturally, and I think this is a good thing because it relates to sacks and picks, because I think he's above average at definitely the sacks and
he's risk averse.
For sure.
Yeah, he's risk averse. But going into year 3, and this mantra, let it rip under Davis Webb, I would. You are not going to hear now. If Bo's throwing 3 interceptions day after day, like we're going to talk about, it's going to be
it'll be a big thing. It's like, when the world's going on.
But I'd be okay this summer with just seeing a little bit more of like. Remember when Jordan Love came in here 2 years ago, and he's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like I don't care. I just threw my 2nd interception. I don't care. And I remember during that practice, they're doing was it 1-on-1s or was it I forget what it was.
I think it was 7-on-7s.
But we saw like guys beating their corner and Bo looking at it and having a hitch and being like,
yes,
I'm turning it down. I'm not throwing this potential interception in a joint practice. So it speaks to a larger conversation. I'm just using your comment as a jumping off point of like, we should, and I hope, see more competitive balance, because it's amazing. We talked about this 2 days ago. It's amazing how oftentimes what you see at training camp shows up during the season.
You practice how you play.
It's unbelievable.
You practice how you play.
And the example I use is watching that Russell Wilson, his first year under Nathaniel Hackett, when we, at the time, it was Stoke and I nicknaming it Training Glamp. And it was, no, this is the new NFL.
And it's like, but this doesn't look like football. Like, and we're not seeing the offense have any success. Is that normal too? You're a hater. You're so negative. I'm like, I don't know, man. I've been to a lot of these. This doesn't look good. And so, like last year, when we'd be reporting from practice, being like, you want to know if there was signs of life here and here, but it was mostly dominated by the defense, and then it unfolds that way during the season. It's like, well, you had a 3-week to a month head start of what the team was going to look like. So
you know what
it's
I want.
2 weeks and a lot of information.
It is.
It is.
We get so much.
It's true.
You want to know? I'm sorry for cutting you off, man. I was going to ask. You want to know or say what I want Bo Nix to look like? What Jarrett Stidham looked like last year during practices. Jarrett Stidham was letting it rip, and he was having fun with it because he was under that system for 2 years or 3 years at that time. And was like, look, I don't have nothing to lose.
He's not
I
the
know
starter.
I'm a backup.
Yeah, right.
And he was having a great camp. Now, I know it didn't, help us in that playoff game season. I know you're smiling. But what I'm trying to say.
You're giving me the bubble guts here. Talking about Bo needs to look like Jarrett Stidham.
I want Bo to
I guess what you're saying, girl, but I got the bubble guts now.
I just want Bo Nix to play with confidence, play free, and have some fun. Don't be so tight. And when it is time to let it rip this time, you let that damn thing go.
Let it rip. Yeah. Let it rip. And I love the fact that right now, all four of us, I said this earlier, right now, July 20, whatever it is, we could all make the 53-man roster and be like 99% accurate
Yeah, it's
right
true,
now.
isn't it? Yeah.
But when a guy like Johnny Walker, I'm putting it out there, Johnny Walker is going to be a star at training camp. Guy was hurt last year, missed his rookie season. That's a pass rusher that'll make you think twice when it comes to this pass rushing depth chart.
Can you give us a 30-second profile, Johnny Walker?
Johnny Walker has length and hustle and burst to the quarterback. It's what made him a great pass rusher at Missouri and at the Shrine game 2 years ago. Much like Phillip Lindsay was a star at the Shrine, Johnny Walker was as well. Broncos got him undrafted a year ago, kept him even though he was hurt. This guy's a stud. So, like, players like that, who's going to come out of Karenni Reed? Like, who's going to come out of nowhere? And all of a sudden, our 53's a little bit different. We can get about 50 of those 53.
Right.
But those other three, a lot of competition.
That was Chris Harris Jr. also once upon a time.
Yes, it was.
You know, it's like, who is
Mike
this guy?
Mayock didn't know his name. And Chris always remembered that. You know, like, I was a 4-year starter at Kansas, and the number one NFL Network analyst didn't know my name.
Crazy.
DeAndre Tillman as well, right?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
undrafted
Tillman.
free
Yeah.
agent.
Hakeem Butler from the UFO. We talked about him
that's right.
earlier. I'm excited about that, man. I was excited when he came out of college.
Man, you guys have a great weekend. It's fun listening on the way in.
Cheers, y'all. Happy birthday, Phil.
All right, we've gone back and forth about what we expect the dynamic to be between Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle. We now know what the odds makers are expecting. Details next.
The Rockies say Hunter Goodman isn't available.
How much do you want?
But every